All right, hello everyone. Welcome everyone. Yeah, I didn't stream yesterday first of all because I was working all day, which was a nightmare, and I slept all day today because yesterday was a nightmare. Where were we? Let's get right into it. Oh yeah. I was in Latte Coast, and then where did I stop? I was like in some kind of cave or something. I was gonna do this northern part. I remember that, and I think I stopped like somewhere along. Oh, didn't I go like right here? Yeah. I went right here, and then after that, I went into. I was doing some Super Adventure Box stuff, so which is fine. I still love that loading screen. All right, so we'll get started right away, as people are hopefully gonna find their way here today. Um, yeah. So hopefully, as of right now, I only have like one more holiday to go, which let's look real quick. I do want to see what day Mother's Day is. Is it gonna be a Sunday? It's a Sunday, of course. It's a fucking Sunday. Why wouldn't it be? May 8th. So May 8th, I'm not gonna be streaming. I'll be working, and then I don't have any more like big holidays until yeah, until probably Thanksgiving. Oh, I can't mount. You didn't see that. See, I gotta get back into the swing of that. But yeah, I won't have another holiday until until Thanksgiving. So it'll be like we'll be pretty consistent on our schedule. We should be anyways. We should be consistent on our schedule. All right, let's do this agent.
Tell me what you've seen and show me who you are. Not all light shines outward. Darkness is not necessarily the absence of light.
Oh my god, she's coming after me. Go after my pet. That's who's mean to you right now. Wow, she's really not. Pets are good, guys. Pets are good. Also, Legend of Dragoon. So, for those of you that are not watching, in either this coming Sunday or the Sunday after that will be my my finale of Legend of Dragoon. We're getting pretty much to the end of the game, which is really exciting, to be honest. I mean, I'm really excited. I wish there was a little bit more, but you know, we're also 4 months into the year, almost 5 months, like 4.5 months into the year, and there's a bunch of other stuff I want to do. So I'm sad at the same time as excited because I don't want it to be over, but I also there'll also be you know, other stuff coming and so on. And thank you for all of those that have been watching, that have been like participating, so to say, with comments and that type of stuff. Yay! All right, we get that. Chantry done. We'll go back out because it's, you know, neither of my playthrough series, really the ones that I did before, really took off, and there wasn't a lot of like comments. There weren't people like talking about them and like, you know, commenting, blah blah whatever, right? So it's always I'm always very unsure. It's like I know I do very niche content on every level. The playthroughs that I do, the videos that I make, the streams that I make, like there or that I do, right? And there's always certain uncertainty, you know, certain uncertainty. It's like consistent and inconsistent, but you know, there's uncertainty when you do those types of things. You know, I'm not, you know, I'm not one to like, oh, Fortnite, I'm gonna stream Fortnite, which is something that like there's like 35,000 people watching at any given time, right? There will be someone that'll come into my thing, right? I do things that no one is watching, so it's just like, you know, or even if you do Fortnite, you know, it's like it's super competitive, so it's like people might not watch it, right? So And I try to do different things. A lot of people, wait, where's the, oh, there it is. A lot of people do like one set of things, right? They do like, okay, they do exclusively Guild Wars 2 content. They stream Guild Wars 2, they post Guild Wars 2 videos, they, you know, like that sort of stuff, right? They do Guild Wars 2 playthroughs, or they do whatever, right? Where I sit here and I try to do different things, and it's just very niche. So I do want to appreciate, or I want to say that I appreciate everyone that does watch all the different things, that goes through and watches those episodes. What are we doing? Oh, we gotta go further south, because we gotta save people from the pirates up there. But yeah, it's a good time. And I'm really happy. I've been getting more subscribers again for the channel, which is really nice. And I've been thinking about like putting that subscriber thing up. Did I have that still? Did I completely delete that? Hold on a minute. Let me look at something real quick. What is this? It would be up here, yeah? Yeah, I could put that back up. Okay, why is that not together with it? That really makes me mad. Hey Emily, how are you? Hold on. Let me look at something real quick here. Everything is so little, so I can't tell. This definitely needs to go further to this. I guess I'll leave that up. Because I used to have that up all the time, but I don't really have that anymore. Hold on, before I do... Wait, where is it? Oh, no, it's way up here. I was like, what the hell? What the hell? I don't know if that's in the middle. Doesn't really matter. I'll just leave it there. Doesn't really matter. You shoot like a bunch of dairy farmers? Okay. Go! Attack! Use your poison on him.
What is it now? Why have we stopped? Up ahead, sir. I don't think they're going to let us pass. Nonsense. I'll just...
We're gonna attack these bandits. Can I like attract all of these bandits to... Come here, attack! I'm gonna hide behind this rock. I'm good. I'm really tired. Like yesterday was really tiring. Like holidays are so crazy because my boss is very money hungry to the point where he will overbook the restaurant every holiday because we're like, for like the local population, there is like, we're like the holiday restaurant, okay? So it's like when holidays come, or when any type of like, you know, special occasion or anything like that, like we're the place to go to, okay? And that's a good thing and a bad thing, you know, right? But well, we're all always overbooked, you know? And it's like, ugh, you just like, I was running for like, I was running around yesterday for 9 hours straight. You know, no sit down, no nothing. Like I could barely eat. Like I barely even ate at some point. Like I had like a small piece of a sandwich, and then I was like eating candy throughout the day. But like that's about it. You know, it's just like, it just gets so tiring. Yeah, so it's like, you know, I make for the day I make good money, you know. It's like, I'm like, okay, that, you know, that was good, but then it's like, you know, and I tell people at work this because that is always the excuse when and I'm the only person that opens my mouth. I'm the only person that'll complain. I'm the only person, you know, they're like, oh, you're bitching again. Like that's what they would always say. But my thing is always like, and that's what I tell them, and I don't see it as bitching because, you know, I don't know. It's just, It's weird because bitching and like actually having legit complaints about it are like two different things to me. And it's to the point where my argument to the people there all the time is like, because they're like, well, you make good money. Like even the boss's wife, you know, when she knows we're completely overbooked, when she knows that everything is like going crazy and stuff, is always like, well, at least you guys make good money. Her being a millionaire, like they're millionaires. She brags about how their net worth is like $30 million. So they're like rich, you know what I mean? So it's just like, first of all, the money that we make compares not at all to the money that you make on the same day, because you make thousands of dollars from us working, you know what I mean? We don't get bonuses, we don't get paid time off, we don't get anything like that from them, right? They pay us minimum and that's it. They don't pay us anything else. So it's just like kind of rude when she says stuff like that, but it's also like, I tell people all the time, like, I weigh my sanity versus the money that I make, you know what I mean? Money isn't everything, you know? Making money isn't like the be all end all to life, you know? I've never lived my life in that philosophy where you know, that like money is so important to me that I would just like, I don't know, you know, it's just, I don't know. Dude, I was tired. Like I literally was so tired yesterday. I was so, like, I couldn't even, I wanted to do stuff yesterday after work. Like I wanted to play video games and stuff. I couldn't. I was so tired yesterday. I sat there and I was just like, I don't want to do anything. And then I slept, and then I woke up. I went to bed like right when I came home, like right after I fed my dog and stuff. And then it got to the point where I went to bed. I didn't get up until like 11 or something. And then I ended up staying up until, I want to say, maybe like 12:30, 1 o'clock. And I went to bed for another 4 hours. Because I was so tired. Like, I could not stay awake. That's how exhausted I was. So, yeah, I don't know. So, it kind of sucks. You know, it's like, I don't know. I never... You know, and people always like, they're like, oh, you're so lazy because like you don't, you know, people at work will always be like, oh, you don't work as many hours as we do. And I'm like, yeah, I know, because I value life. You know what I mean? Like I value doing other things than working. Like I don't want that to be my only thing in life. It's so weird. Because some of those people, literally, their life revolves around them just working. You know, they're always at work, and there's people, like, a lot of those people work, like, 12 hours for, like, four days a week, like, 12 hours a day. And I'm like, you have nothing out of life. You literally come home, you're fucking tired. On your days off, you don't want to do anything because you're tired. Like, I've done it before. I've done it many times before. But I don't see any value in life in that. I just feel like you're wasting away your life. Just because you want to make money. Like, it's just, it sucks, you know? So, it's like... Yeah. And that's the thing. None of those people do, you know? It's just... And then they always, like... You know, the new trope at work is... Because there's one woman at work that... You know, she's in charge of everything now. She's one of our servers, and she's in charge of everything. And, you know, it gets to the point where I'm supposed to take the last table because that's how it's supposed to be, because I don't work doubles. Because I don't work all day. And I'm like, okay, but you also made $100 for lunch today that I didn't make. So why should I be taking the last table because you decide to work all day? I don't know, there's a lot of stuff going on nowadays where I'm just like, okay. Well, and that's the thing. It's like, you know, there's a whole like live to work and work to live. You know, like I work to live. I don't live to work. And that's not a philosophy I will ever get behind unless you have a really cool job. Like if you have a really cool job as like a zookeeper or something, then yeah, I would probably live to work as well, because that is a really cool profession, you know, and you're like, you know, or if you're someone that like rescues animals or whatever, you know, like someone that does like really good shit, I could totally see that. But I'm a fucking waiter that like serves entitled old people. No, I will never like ever see that the way that they do. So, which is a contradiction because mom always lived to work. She always did. She was so wrapped up in her life or in her work all the time. It's so funny to me because I think about that all the time too. That's good. Yeah, right? And it's like, I mean, you know, my dream job would be to be a content creator. I think that would be something because people ask me all the time. They're like, "Oh, well, you know, you're good with video games and you like video games, blah, 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 blah." And even my mom asked me like, "You don't want to make video games?" I'm like, "No, because that is the more tedious side of video games, actually making them. That's the tedious side. That's like also people that are in that industry, you know, they're underpaid and overworked, and there's so much negativity towards those people because if you do anything that, you know, maybe your management tells you to do, but then people don't like what you're doing, you know, they'll be hating on those people even though your boss maybe told you to implement this fight or do whatever, right? And it's just, I don't know, I would never want to do that. So yeah, but yeah, I it's just, ugh, I don't like that mentality at all. So, but maybe one day, you know, who knows? Maybe I'll be able to do what I love too, which would be great because because there's so many different things that I would love to do for the channel and like for the streaming and stuff. There's so many different ideas that I have, but it's such a time investment, you know, it's such a time investment and it's a big workload, you know, as someone that like, I don't have an editor. I don't have anyone that helps me do the things I do, which is not saying that I want that, but I'm saying like, you know, if I'm looking to do bigger projects, I'm just going to need more help. I need to get a disguise. Is that correct? I believe so. I believe I have to get a disguise. Yeah, well, trying to anyways, right? It's like, because we still do stuff that we don't like. Okay, can
I was born ready.
Yes?
Okay, can I...
How do I look?
Look like a pirate. Smell like low tide, though.
Okay, so I need to get pirate clothes.
Excellent.
Just get in.
But yeah, you know, it is what it is, and working is a part of life, you know, that's just how it is. And for some people the dreams come true, and for some people they just don't, you know, and that's also part of life. I love how that cage is in the tree. That's actually kind of cool. Because it's like a bug catching thing, so it's in the tree. Hello, crafty Corsair. But yeah, so Legend of Dragoon, we will be doing, so I have a pirate outfit. Can I put that on, or do I need to go see someone about that? Oh god, I have so much crap in here still. I forgot. Whoops, sorry. I guess. Fill me in. Okay. So we will be doing the last bit of it. I don't know how long it's going to be. In the episode I talked about it. We will be going as long as it needs to be for that. If I need to do like a 5-hour stream, I will. But I'm going to be stopping after the third city of the Wingley City that we're going to go to. And then I will be doing that for the stream. So we'll be finishing that. We'll be finishing that off. And then I'm going to take a short break. I have set this already because people are asking me, so when are you doing Child of Light? Well, I'm going to be taking a break because I do want to get videos done. And right now, every time I have time, I use it to record Legend of Dragoon, which means that I'm not working on other videos. No, have you? Okay, never mind, buzz off. I don't know what I was supposed to answer though. I don't really care. It's like provoke a pirate mutiny. Can I go in here? Wait a minute, what's happening? Oh, we can go in. Hello.
Don't worry, lad. I've got another group secretly plotting
A
against
bomb.
them.
Okay.
It's under control.
Oh, a torch. Can we do a bomb? Oh, we can set that off. Let's set off the bomb.
You'll blow us all to smithereens. Have you completely lost it?
No, this here is a mutiny. We've had it with your rotten schemes.
I'm to step aside simply because you've lit a bomb? I'd rather be blasted to bits than leave your sort in charge.
I've seen better plans.
Now's our chance. Help me get this cage.
Oh my god. What are we doing? Oh, destroy the prison cage. Okay. I have unlocked my siege turtle. I will tell you guys. I did that. There's something else that happened, I feel like. Nothing crazy though, you know? I've just been playing a lot with my Bladesworn. It's super fun playing with the Bladesworn. I'm having a good time with it. I wish like I said, one thing that I've really realized is that the gun saber itself isn't really that strong, okay? The gun saber is not that strong, and I think they have that because of like the dragon stance or whatever that's called, the dragon slash thing, it kind of sucks because in shorter fights, the Bladesworn coincidentally suffers the same issue that a core mesmer suffers, or you know, any mesmer that isn't a virtuoso, and that is that in shorter fights you don't get to be as effective or as like you can't contribute as much, because the issue with the Bladesworn is that, you know, you don't do that much damage because you do huge amounts of damage with your Dragon Slash. But the problem is, in order to get to the Dragon Slash, you have to build flow, and you have to go into the Dragon stance, and then you have to like wait until all the charges are full, and then you have to release that attack. And so it's great in boss battles. It's great in fights that have like in fights where the enemies have like a lot of HP, or you know, you're fighting champions or even elites and stuff with break bars, because you do like a great amount of break bar damage. But when it comes to like fighting a lot of enemies all at, like, you know, that are just dying really quickly and stuff, and maybe even if you have a lot of enemies, I faced when you're in the Equivald and you're facing the speakers, there was like one group of speakers that would knock me back and fear me like every 2 seconds, and you don't have enough ages to block all of that. So constantly I would try to get into like the Dragon Slash, and just I would be knocked back, or I'd be like whatever, right? And just kind of like, I'm like, oh god. So it's something with a lot of CC, like a fight with a lot of CC, that you know, it's just kind of fails. So it is great. I really love the class, but the elite spec, but it does fail in certain instances. All right, do I have a River Drake? I do have a River Drake. So, but we'll see. I don't know. They're doing the rework of the banners, and you know, it's for warriors to go into quickness, and I kind of want to do that. Like, that kind of sounds good, because quickness feels really good, especially in a warrior, especially in a Bladesworn too. You know, it's just I really like that. So I might be actually taking a banner. I mean, I don't know if like banner slave is really something that, it depends on like how the quickness is pulsing on it, and like if it's pulsing or if it's just like placing it gives you like a large amount of quickness or something. Like, we'll have to see how it works and how they're going to change the traits. And I'm really curious to see what other stuff, because people were like, oh my god, the spirits and the banners and here, and they were all like theory crafting on all this stuff. But I'm like, well, you don't know how they're going to change other classes, right? They might like you know, do certain things where other things change. I always get, okay, is that, does that happen to anyone else? Like, on Twitter, I always get, like, random tweets that, like, my Twitter things that I'm interested in, and it's, like, these random people that are talking about random stuff that I have no idea what they're even talking about. I'm like, what? What algorithm told my phone that that is what I want to see right now? It's so weird. But I'm excited for the quarterly updates because I really think that, I don't know, because I still think about like the older weapons, you know, and they're talking about like, oh, they're gonna be doing like they're gonna look at older weapons. It's like, oh, cool. Are we gonna see like warrior hammer, guardian hammer? Like, I think hammer as a weapon itself is so in a lot on a lot of professions, and I really want it to be good. Like, a guardian hammer is something I've always wanted to have, but hammer on guardian just feels really, really bad. So I would love that, because that's like part of like the, you know, the guardian takes the spot of like a paladin, you know, and a paladin has a hammer like in a lot of games, World of Warcraft and stuff, where they have like hammers, and I would really love to have a heavy armored guardian that uses a hammer, you know. That would be really great. And I hope that they don't like look at these older weapons and just like adjust the numbers, because to me that's not really what they should be doing. Okay, like when they talk about like doing this type of stuff, I want them to do, and I've talked about this many times, is what they did to the guardian staff, where you like maybe update some skills with like maybe some extra stuff that they can do, maybe add some boons here and there, or maybe increase the damage, or maybe add a condition here and there, or whatever, right? But then at the same time, I also want them to take like 2-3 of the skills in that set and completely change them to other skills, completely redo the skills on it, which they have done with the staff. You know, the staff 1 and 2 is different. 4, they added like healing to it, and 3, I don't know, I think they left 3. So it was just like they didn't change the staff too much, but they changed it just enough to make it feel like a completely different weapon. And I kind of want them to do that on other stuff, so hopefully they will do that, where they don't just like, oh, okay, well, let's take the guardian hammer, for example, and just increase the damage on everything, but keep the skills the same. Because some of the skills are really dumb and boring. Like that ring attack and that knockback, like they don't really feel like they should be on the same kit, like weapon kit. I don't know, so... And they have so much new technology now, right? They have so many new things that they could do. I never know how to get up there. I never understood how you're supposed to get up there. I think I'm supposed to go up here. Is that right? And then jump up here. Oh, wait, never mind. I figured it out. I never understood, and then now I understand. The end. Alright, let's go help out. Yeah, stretch mine. And yeah, I don't know. I just like, and then I've been seeing posts and stuff about strike missions and stuff, where like I guess people are just like being really rude and stuff. I don't know. I just feel like people need to learn to like make their own looking for groups and make their own like communities and stuff, because the community itself is so nice, but I also feel like they have their own like little, like a lot of people play in their own little bubbles, you know. They just like stay in the little bubble that they're in and stuff. So, and you know, I tried to create a guild and stuff, but like, I don't know, no one really plays in the guild together anymore, and no one really wants to talk, and which is totally fine, but I just don't have time to like sit there and organize really events. And then when I do, people don't show up. So it's just like, okay, I'm not gonna waste my time to do that. So, oh, and then we'll be doing Paper Mario, of course. So I don't know if we're not doing it this Sunday or, you know, whenever we're doing Legend of Dragoon is when we're not doing Paper Mario. But every other Sunday, we're gonna, like, every Sunday from this point on, we'll be doing Paper Mario until we're through that game. And then maybe I'll find another game to play. I have a good time with that game as well. And maybe we'll do another challenge on this game. You know, maybe I'm going to do some Guild Wars 1 content after this challenge. After we do this challenge plus the expansion map challenge. I got to go right here. I think, and then I've finished everything up here, I think. Wait, isn't there a heart there? Because there's still a dude there. Oh boy. I'm not quite sure. Because people like Guild Wars 1 content, and I really miss playing Guild Wars 1 as well, so... Yeah. And there was something I wanted to do on Tuesday, but I forgot. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Did I? I'm not sure right now. I've had to make a list. I have a list now. Hold on. Let me write down some stuff here. Haven't looked at that. Okay. La 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 la. We're doing pretty good on this challenge. It's becoming pretty easy as well. I think the hard part will be ore, because ore has a lot of there's a lot of stuff there that will be... Ooh, I love how they fight each other. That's great. There's a lot of stuff in ore that has like champions and stuff in front of like hero challenges. That's what's going to be challenging about this challenge. Can I get to that? Yeah, come over here. Let's get to... Okay, yeah, can I go up there and then go to the... I think I can. Gotta go up here. I really like this cave. I wish there was more caves. I wish there was like whole maps that have some stuff. Like I remember I was so excited when we got Thunderhead Peaks and having like dwarven architecture inside, but let's get real, there wasn't a lot to do inside. Half of that map is inside and half of that map there's nothing to do. There's like what, one heart inside of that cave and that's it. And then you have that little the thing with the rooms, with the treasure and stuff, but I mean, it's like how many times after the few times where you need an achievement are you going to do that? You're not going to really do that all the time. So I want something that, I don't know, I want like a... I guess what I'm asking for, which, you know, is like eye-rolly, but is like a Guild Wars 1 dungeon system. You know, because those felt really good, those dungeons. They were really, really cool, where you would go and you would go through like 3 different levels of a dungeon and you would have a boss at the end, and it was just like, I don't know, really cool, because then you could like, you know, you had the light of the Deldrimor and you could look for treasures, and I always loved doing that. That was super fun to me. I don't know, that type of stuff is like just really cool to me. You really felt like you were like tomb raiding, you know, in a weird way, where you found all these treasures and you would, you know, you'd really go on this expedition, because, you know, if you died, you would probably be teleported to the front of the whole level. Like there wasn't that many like resurrection shrines everywhere, and then, you know, if you were to like leave the instance or go back to, like, if you would have to go back to town and stuff, you'd have to redo all of it, because you know, you would have to start from level, like you would have to start from the beginning again, because it's like an instance thing. And I really like that. I don't know, it was just really cool.
It begins.
Poison. Oh my god. Godzilla is just... Ooh, fuck them all up. Fuck them all up. Alright, let's go up here. And that's what I... You know, when Guild Wars 2 was being released, that's kind of what it felt like to me the dungeons were going to be. Because they talked about how, you know, you had the story mode dungeon, you would go through that, and then you would have the explorable paths, which they always talked about, like, there's 3 different ones that you can take, blah, 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 all this stuff. So I'm just like, oh, okay. But let's get real. You can get those done in, like, 10 minutes. You can, like, run through them, and it's just like, okay. You can do, like, you know, all 4 routes in, like, under an hour. Where in Guild Wars 2, like, one dungeon run, if you didn't have, like, a perfect exact setup that you needed, it would take you like an hour, like 45 minutes to an hour to do. And that was really cool. Like, I don't know, that to me seemed really satisfying in the sense that you could get like really rare drops and really rare weapons and all that stuff. And, you know, so. But it is what it is. I just wish they would like update the dungeons a little bit. So, I mean, we're getting season 1, so who knows? Maybe ArenaNet really has this, like, whole, they're gonna, maybe they have this whole idea of, like, going back and doing stuff that people have been asking for a long time. Because, you know, obviously season 1 is something that people have been asking for, but also open world dungeons is something that people have been asking for. So, maybe they'll go back and do them. And I think they could, like, I don't know, like retroactively add more dungeons to like already existing maps that we have. I feel like the thing with Guild Wars is Guild Wars 2 specifically, it has so many maps that are just okay, one dude is still running around and the other ones are all attacking me. So, I don't know, something's wrong with that. Kill them all. Kill them all. There we go. Nice. All right. I'm gonna go around this way. I'm gonna do this corner over here. So let's go this way. It has so many maps, and I know that they've always added new things and new reasons for people to go back to older maps, which, you know, is fine, right? And that's good, but they never add any permanent things. And it always, I don't know. I wish they would like add dungeons, but then again, they would probably, people would be like, oh, I hate having to go to the map. Can you do a dungeon? Can you do a dungeon hub somewhere? And then we would have a dungeon hub. So that would kind of, you know, they would retcon that so fast. Where they're like, oh, you got to go into the map to actually join this dungeon, and then they're not gonna do that. I don't know. I mean, open world dungeon, like they still have that where you actually have to go to the map in order to go in, you know, into the dungeon. But they've done with everything else, fractals, strikes, raids, they've done hubs for that. Even strikes that are out in the open world, you know, you don't have to go there anymore. So, kind of sucks, but it is what it is. I don't know. I'm curious to see what changes they're gonna do to the game over this next. I mean, it's a new team pretty much now, right? It's a new leadership, so I really want to see what they're gonna pump out. I mean, they did End of Dragons, and End of Dragons, fine and dandy, but still has a lot of bugs. I know that they took the week off to not do anything, which is fine. You know, I get it. They talked about how they want to take care of their employees and they want to do all that stuff. That's all fine and dandy, but they really need to, like, they really need to work on those bugs, because, like, the fox things, the little, the kitsune that you can find, or whatever, the little, the fox spirits that you can find, with the treasures and stuff, those still don't work. Oh, how do I get up there again? Oh, it's from down here. Which is a shame, because I love, again, I love the whole idea of how Genshin Impact has, you know, these little map currencies and stuff. That I thought that was always so much fun, and it was even better implemented than Legend of Zelda ever did it. Breath of the Wild, because Breath of the Wild was, yes, it had a lot of it, but it was never any like. It was always either a shrine, which would help you get, you know, either heart or more stamina, which is great, or it was a Korok seed. But that's all it was. It was always just one of the two. I'm gonna get that waypoint before I do anything else. So it was always one of the two that you could get, and it wasn't like, yes, you would get sometimes chests and stuff, but by the end of it, you don't care. You like get so many items that you, and things that you can, like, you know, food you can craft and blah blah blah, all the stuff where and you get, if you look for like gemstones and stuff that like you can mine, you get so much money in the end. You can just buy, every time you go into any town or any outpost or anything, you can just buy everything they have. Like every time. Like that's what I would do. And I ended up with like hundreds and hundreds of like arrows and any like elemental arrows and like, you know, different items and whatever, you know. But I think Genshin just did that like really nice, because they would give you like you know, certain like currencies and stuff, blah blah blah. And Guild Wars 2 can do that still. You know, they can really continue doing the unusual coins and stuff, and they could do more rewards for unusual coins. They could really, because I hate that they keep on, like, look at the currency. Look at the currency that we have. Like, this is all currency in the game. Like, kind of reuse some of the currency you have. Unusual coins, right? When you look on unusual coins, I know it says hidden chest in Cantha, but nothing about this screams Cantha. None of that really means like, oh, this has to be in Cantha, or this is only available in Cantha. So they can put those in like even the other chests in the open world that we have, and just like put like one in there or two or whatever. They don't have to put a ton of those in there, but give us the opportunity to get more of those, and give us a reason to get those. I don't know. Okay, I already have one. Let's get a coral. Okay, I already have that. Oh, I gotta get a bug, right? Isn't that what it is? It's a bug. I'm gonna get a frog. Ta-da! Okay, so has incompatible ingredients. Okay, hold on. Wait, do we know the specific? I really hate this part. Do we know the specific ingredients? Okay, she says, it's a miracle this oasis has survived. In order to understand the corruption-resistant properties of this place, we must study its essence. The secret may lie in combination of its alchemical components. How can I help? Collect ingredients from plants and small animals. Combine them together in a potion. If you find any three that combine well, bring them to me. How will I know? If you add ingredients that turns your potion brown, it means that it's incompatible with at least one other ingredient. How would I know that, though? Okay, so I have... that turns my ingredient... Well, how would I know that, though? Incompatible. Okay. Yes, please. Pick out the mushroom spores. Okay. Let's put in Oasis Fern. Incompatible. The hell? Okay, I have a frog. Okay, a frog and a mushroom don't go together. This is so weird, isn't it? Okay, so we have... Oh, do we have an eagle already? We do. Okay. So I have a frog. I already have a frog. Let's get a spark fly. Oh, a frog, a spark fly. What are these eagles? Oasis eagle? Oh, you can collect a feather. Ooh, we can make a potion. It's complete. To have it brewed. Okay, we go visit her. Yes. Use that on one of these guys? And it kills it. Okay. So you have to like collect. Wait, is it 3 of the same kind? So it's like 3 plants. Is that what I've been doing wrong? Because I thought you have to like collect like a plant and then a thingy. So I have a mushroom, a fern, and a vine. That does not work. Okay, let's get rid of the vine. See, this is weird. Wow. Okay, I can do that.
Live well.
Here. Okay. Okay, so there's a mushroom, coral, and fern makes the potion. That's the easiest one to make. Did I get that right? Do I remember this correctly? It does. It does. This works. And hopefully that'll finish the heart because... Wait.
Act with wisdom.
No, this makes a potion. Make the potion, lady.
In the dream.
We've already tried this. Oh, great. I have to come up with different ones. Well, that's just stupid. Okay, so we have a coral, a mushroom, and a frog. Nope. Get rid of the frog. This is so dumb. I hate this. This is not even fun. Oh, the dough. Does the dough have anything? Nope. Like, this is just tedious. This isn't fun. This doesn't make anything. Okay, let's get rid of... Okay, we have the feathers. Let's get us this thing, and let's get a raccoon? Nope. Strangler vine. Nope. Let's get rid of the vine. Frog. Frog does something. Wait, did we already have this? Is this the first one we made? This is the first one we made. Well, this is just dumb.
All things have a right to grow.
Oh my.
Our deeds.
Do you have anything
are
right now?
dream.
Oh, excessive alcohol consumption. Excessive alcohol consumption. Alright, Mom. Alright, Mom. Why do you need to be so mean to me? You're so mean to me. Oh my god, this is such a pain in the ass. There's a rabbit way up there. Rabbit? No. Frog? Frog. Let's get rid of the sparkfly. Let's get a eagle feathers. Oh, do they each like take up a different slot? Is that what it is? And then I need to like match that up. But that doesn't. I think I understand this now. What does fern take? Fern takes the same slot as 1. So anything that overlaps. Yeah, but this doesn't overlap. So let's get rid of this. Okay.
All things have a right to grow.
No. Okay, never mind. That theory didn't work out. This is dumb. Okay. I already have a mushroom. I was trying to grab the other thing. So I have a mushroom and a fern. Frog. Nope. That does not work. Alright, I guess I kept the frog. Oh my god, this is so dumb. Coral. I can't remember what I just tried. I already have mushroom. Okay. Here we go. Have I done this? Please don't tell me I've already done this. Oh, thank God we're done. Jesus. I don't want to use the potion. I'm done with you, Cecilia, whatever your name is. Whatever your name is, I'm done with you. We're leaving. Let's kind of finish up this area, because I know there's a little bit down there, too. I'm curious also to see what they're going to change about the early leveling experience, or whatever they called it. I think they called it something like the early something experience. Was it leveling? I don't think it was leveling. I want to say, oh, there is nothing down there. This is the end. Yeah, I thought this was part of it, but it's not. It goes along here. Okay, cool. My God, and yanked out of the air. Imagine you're just like frolicking across a plane, and all of a sudden there's a risen crate that just like throws a spear at you and pulls you in. God, it's like a horror movie waiting to happen. There's the beach I asked for. I don't know. I need like a beach with like people on it, like an actual vacation spot, but where stuff happens. Cause like South Sun has like a beach, a vacation spot beach and stuff like down here, like they party and stuff, but like nothing happens. I want like events to happen on the beach when people are like, you know, just doing whatever. Let's swim across here. Let's get that let's get that vista first. Cause I'm gonna do like a little like a loop-de-loop. Loop-de-loop. Loop-de-loop-de-loop. Oh, there's the underwater part too. I forgot about that. That's okay.
Over here.
Coastal fish. Have people been fishing? It's like I haven't fished at all. But I don't like fishing, so I don't know. I was trying to work on like other stuff, but like I said, even the fox things, like the fox thing doesn't work. Like there was the one watches Aether Blades near the monastery, for example. Like, or Place with Drakes was the one. I'm sorry. Place with Drakes was the one that I couldn't find. I don't know if I show. I'm pretty sure I showed you guys on stream. I was just like, okay, it's telling me this is where it's supposed to be, but it's not there. It's there now, and you lift up the rock, and then nothing happens. Like you don't actually get a chest. So it's like they fixed it halfway. Like, and I had that happen the other day. There was a where was I? Oh, I was in Echovald Forest, and there's one by Dreslav up here in the garden, and I like I was on my Batesworn. I was doing something, and then I had to like jump back up on a little ledge that was up here or something like that, and I noticed that there was like a little swirly around a rock, and I was like, oh look, it's a fox spirit, and I go to it, lift up the rock, and no chest. And I'm like, oh my God. So I'm glad that I'm putting this off and that I'm not working on that actively anymore, because I would be going crazy with not having any of the stuff. Bug. A bug. How do I get up? Through here? Nope. Is it through here? No, I don't think so. Is it? No. Wait, how do I get to the thing? Oh, I think I have to come from the ship, don't I? So yeah, I kind of want ArenaNet. Like, I get it. They want to take a week off and stuff. Like, you know, taking care of your workers is nice, but that also means that they're going to have to work, like, pretty hard, you know, if... like, they need to make up for... they don't need to make up for that, but... you know, it's kind of like sitting there, and it has all these, like, bugs still. Wait, how do I get up? So... I just hope that Arena actually goes and fixes those bugs. Or maybe I have to go from down here and climb up. Oh, I do. I can see where they want me to jump up. Right here. Right here. That's where they want me to jump up. Right here. Okay, why won't you jump up there? Okay, there we go. Jesus. So, the only worry that I have about that is just because ArenaNet likes to, like... leave bugs. They don't like to leave bugs in, but they move on from stuff so fast that they don't always fix certain things. You know, there's been like game-breaking bugs with like Heart of Thorns, for example, since Heart of Thorns release. I know the last instance and stuff still like bugs out and stuff. And it's a pain in the neck to do that last instance. So it's just like, please don't do that, Arena. Like, go back and fix the things, please. Alright, let's go do that. I don't know how much more we have left of the map. Not that much. Not that much. I'm gonna get this and... Oh, no, I'm gonna do this, and then do that. And then go down below. And then we should be almost done with it. I still don't know what that means. I feel like I missed a heart somewhere, but that's okay. Alright, here, we're gonna help out Coryllis. Coryllis looks cool with his little hair. Little weird hair.
It is a shame I have so much more.
Da, 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 da. I was trying to do some fashion today as well. Didn't really succeed that well. It's really hard on the easiest one. I'm gonna tell you guys, the easiest one to do fashion on, I think, is light armor. Light armor is so easy to do because light armor looks like you're wearing cloth, and you can make that look like anything. But when you have heavy armor, everything looks like you're wearing, you know, if you're trying to go for a look that's not heavy armor, you're kind of boned because everything is a heavy armor look. You know, everything is like an armored look. Everything is like a, you know, it's just like, and when you try to go with something a little bit not that much, then it's just gonna look all the same in a weird way. I don't know. It's just hard to describe, I guess. You know, the only times you can do that is with armor pieces that are available for all 3 weight classes. And that kind of sucks. And I don't want to wear like I have a ton of outfits, but I'm not huge on outfits because outfits to me are lazy. Like, I use outfits when I level a character. Like, that's how I, you know, it's like I use that because I'm like, oh, this outfit is pretty cool while I'm leveling, while I have like, you know, I don't want to waste my transmutation charges and stuff. Like, I can put this on while I'm leveling, and then once I'm level 80, I can actually do some fashion and wear something. But I was trying to make my Bladesworn look not super heavily armored because I'm just kind of like, I don't know. I will tell you guys, this goes back to my video that I'm working on, which I talk about the dual classing in Guild Wars 2. And the Bladesworn is a warrior / engineer. So I was trying to make him not look as heavy because an engineer, you know, wears medium armor. So I was trying to find something that looked a little bit more medium armor-ish, and that's kind of hard to do, so. Yeah, man, Hylic are so strong. I wouldn't want Hylic as playable characters, though. I don't know. I think they're kind of weird.
You seem strong and in the mood to help. I've got a proposition.
Let's go further this way. Who am I still in combat with?
Strong and in the mood.
No, I'm in combat with.
I've got a proposition.
And it's even more so because, you know, I've talked about this video, that you know, that dual class video, and it's interesting because I thought about the, you know, I have been making this concept of the video, and in my head I've kind of been thinking about, like, you know, arguments for it and against it. Like, I'm kind of arguing with myself in my head over certain things because there's, like I said, certain instances where that really works and certain instances where that's like not at all right. But specifically with the Bladesworn, I kind of, at first I was not sure about that. You know, at first I was like, is that really true that that's a like a warrior / engineer? And when you actually look through some of the like mechanics and the traits specifically, that's 100% true. Like, it literally is, because they literally have stuff that deals with. Oh, we have a firefly in a jar. All right, let's get rid of all of that. Because they actually, ooh, we got some armor. Let's see if nothing is better. I don't want that. Let's open that up. hat. A gun that I can't use. Whatever. Because they have like, when you look at the engineer, they have a specific line that's called explosives, right? Which deals with all kinds of explosive stuff. And they actually have that same line kind of like integrated into the Bladesworn, because there is explosions on the Bladesworn abilities, and there is a trait that interacts with the explosions, where it actually gives you more damage based on like whenever you use an explosion, or whenever you hit with an explosion or something. So it really has this whole like idea of being an engineer in there, because engineer is a huge part. The one of the lines is explosives, has to do with like dealing explosions, and then there's one ability that lays down a mine, and I was like, oh wow, that's super engineering, right? That's super like the engineer, where they have like a mine kit, they take like a lot of those ideas from that class and integrate it into the warrior. So it is definitely a warrior / engineer. That's what it feels like, right? It's an engineer through the eyes of a warrior, where he doesn't have so many new gadgets that he does, and he uses the more, because there's different aspects to every class. You have like the alchemist aspect to the engineer as well. Now that is not something that a warrior would ever be interested in, right? That's not something a real warrior would be interested in, because that's not the type of style. What would they be interested in if they were to look into being something like an engineer? They would look at explosions, right? That's what a warrior would like about an engineer. It's like, oh man, those explosions, those are really really cool, or those are whatever, right? Those are something that fit the warrior better than like the alchemist elixirs would. But who would like elixirs? The necromancer, right? That thematically that would fit a lot more. So what do we have? The harbinger, which is a necromancer / engineer, but it's just an alchemist. He just uses the alchemist line, or whatever, the alchemy. Is it alchemy, or what is the line that the engineers have that deals with the elixirs and stuff? And that's what they have taken over. The dual classing there is that they took over the that part of it. And again, this is also very reminiscent of how Guild Wars 1 did dual classing, because in Guild Wars 1, for those of you that don't know, a class would go off of their trade lines, which, right, it's the same deal here. But it wasn't like you could choose 3 specific ones. Like you had your, I think it's is it 5? I think you get 5. And one of them is their inherent one that only that class has. So like, I think warriors have strength that deals with like, is it strength? It might not be, I'm not sure, but they like each class has their like one specific trade line that is, what am I missing? See, I'm missing a heart. I knew it, and that's probably up here or something. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go north because I'm missing something up there. So the but when you dual class, you take all of the other ones, all of the other lines, you can use them except for the one that they inherently have, right? Which this is like Elementalists, for example, had something called energy storage, which deals with a lot of like abilities that have to do with, because there is energy as like a mana pool kind of thing, for in Guild Wars 1 as a functionality. Like every class has it, but the energy storage deals with a lot of those abilities that have something to do with energy, with mana. So where you can like restore some extra or whatever, where you can get some extra back, or you don't use as much or whatever, and you can't use that specific line if you're like a mesmer that you know, where the second class is an elementalist, like they can't use energy storage. But Mesmer has their own line where they get to deal, or their own abilities where they get to deal with that. But so in Guild Wars 2, it's the same thing where they take one specific trade line, like I said. So for the Bladesworn, it's a warrior slash engineer, but it takes the explosive line. It doesn't take 4 of the ones that, or you know, however many there were. I think it's 4 or 5 of them. They didn't take all of those. They just take the one line from that, which is for the Harbinger. It's the same thing where they take only the alchemy line from the engineer. So yes, it is really a necro slash engineer, but it's really just a necro slash alchemy engineer, kind of, you could say. So and some of them that works a lot better, and some of them it doesn't. Look at the Dragon Hunter, for example. That there it works out as well, which I don't know. We could look at real quick. What is the line? Hold on, let me look at that real quick. I don't think we have it. Do we have it? Let's look. Swift has a bit of movement speed, enhances your... So skirmishing has traps. Where are the traps? Where's the traps thing? Right there. So you could kind of say that the Dragon Hunter, for example, is like a... it's a guardian slash ranger, a skirmishing ranger, because it has traps. That doesn't... But it doesn't 100% work, because this doesn't deal with, like, longbow, does it? This deals with shortbow. Longbow is the marksmanship. So it doesn't like 100% work out all the time. In certain instances it does, as I pointed out. But it's still, a Dragon Hunter is a guardian slash ranger. Yeah, you don't get the pet aspect, but you get everything else. You get the marksmanship idea, you know, which it's pretty much a ranger through the eyes of a guardian. Is this not where the heart is? I guess not. I have to talk to him because I'm missing a heart somewhere and I don't know where. Oh, it's this heart right there. Oh, I remember now. You have the whole crab thing. I forgot about that. So because you get the longbow on the Guardian for the Dragon Hunter, but you also get traps, which both of those in combination, that's a ranger, right? That's a longbow ranger with traps, pretty much, which is a gameplay that you can do. It's not that effective, obviously, you know, it's not meta, so oh my god, right? But you know, that's pretty much it. And in certain instances, it doesn't really work out because there's a lot of elite specializations. Because I wrote a list, guys. I went through all of the elite specializations, and some of them it works out, and some I have no idea how to categorize them, because what do you categorize a catalyst as, for example? You know, it's augment skills with a hammer, and you get the mechanic is you get the orbs that float around you, which is not something that's ever explored in any other class. And then you also have the summoning your the spirit, the energy dude, right? On F5 you could summon the whatever they were called, with the Jade Sphere or whatever, right? And it's like, okay, what class is that, right? It's very like, it's quickness heavy. So I was thinking the only one, the closest one you could perhaps do there as an argument would be like maybe a Guardian, because it's a hammer and it deals with like a little bit of boon stuff, right? Because you do like boons in your Jade Sphere and stuff. And it's a little boon heavy. But then I think about stuff like Tempest. Tempest is very healy, and it's very, it's a Warhorn, and it has shouts. So it's like, what is that, a shout warrior? Like a heal shout warrior? Is that what it is? But then what's Weaver? Right? You look at like Weaver, and like Weaver feels more like a warrior because it's... I don't know, they make this... It's kind of harder to really... it's harder to really determine some of them. I find, anyways. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. I am having, well, I worked yesterday all day, so and it was a very hard day because it was Easter. So I slept all day. So my day only started a few hours ago, really. But yeah, I am doing good so far. I appreciate it. And hopefully, guys, I might be working on a video after this because I really want to get this video done. I've been talking about this video for like literal months now, and I haven't done it yet. And I don't know how people are going to like it. I don't know how it's going to come out, but it is what it is, right? Well, there's a lot of things I wish were better. You know, Spellbreaker, like, I get it was supposed to be PvP, like a PvP oriented thing, but let's get real. It sucks in PvP. It's not as good in World vs. World. They keep on going back and forth on the like Winds of Enchantment, which is like the only, let's get real, it's seriously the only good thing in World vs. World. Also, Warrior sucks in World vs. World, I find, because both long-range options on weapons just kind of stink. They suck, okay? So you really don't have anything where you could be, I don't know, like really that helpful. Like there's a few specs that I would really like to see brought up to speed, and maybe some of them brought down. Like, you know, my biggest argument was that they nerfed Spectre with the one trait, where Scourge has a trait that's phenomenally better than the original of the Spectre. Like the Spectre trait didn't even come close to being as strong as the one that Scourge has. And they never touched Scourge, they never touched Firebrand, which are the two top ones that are like, you know, pretty much needed for like everything. So I don't know, there's a lot of stuff where I really want them to concentrate on balance, I think, in general. Heal Tempest, right? Heal Tempest is really good in what it does, but really doesn't fit into... Yeah, hopefully they will. Hopefully they will. I agreed. But like, Heal Tempest is really good at what it does, but in the current meta, it just doesn't have a place. Because all it does is heal. It can out-heal any other... I can tell you right now, because I have played it before, and I have a full, I think I still do, a full heal water elementalist, like full-on Magi's or whatever. It can out-heal any other spec. Like, it can do more healing than any other spec, but that's all it does. It doesn't give any boons, it doesn't give anything else, it doesn't help with generating any other boons, or, you know, even creating barrier. Like, there's no barrier on it, so it's just like, okay, what's the point? Well, but again, and I will point this out, which is something that a lot of people are going to now, is like quickness and alacrity. The issue that I'm having is if we're constantly to lean on alacrity and quickness, and if we're putting alacrity on quickness on all the other elite specs that maybe don't have a place in endgame, then you create a complete new set of a meta where now people are asking for specific elite specs that do alacrity and quickness. Because let's say you have 10 different specs that do alacrity and quickness, then people, you know, then the elitist or, you know, the top players, so to say, they're gonna pick out what the best ones are, and that's what's gonna be asked for. You know, if all 27 elite specializations can do alacrity and quickness, you're gonna still create a meta of you know, 5 specific elite specializations that people are asking for, because there's going to be something that those classes can do better on top of quickness and alacrity, you know. So you know, I don't disagree that yes, it would be cool to have more alacrity and quickness, but I hate to create a meta where like every elite specialization all of a sudden can do that, you know. I think barrier is super important. I wish more classes had barrier capabilities. I think that's really nice. But, and I don't really know what the solution to that is, but I see that going to that point. You know, I see it going to the point where now we're creating this other, okay, we're gonna go up here. You know, we're creating this other meta where all of a sudden everyone has access to alacrity and quickness, like so many of these healing things, and then I hate that maybe people are gonna be like, whoa, you know, for example, let's say they give Tempest alacrity and quickness, for example, right? And all of a sudden they're now being compared to all the other ones that can do, let's say, quickness, for example. And it's like, oh, okay, well, this class can do quickness better because it brings this and this as well. Like, this does DPS, right? And it's like, oh, okay, all right, you know. I don't know. It's just I want them to find a way to like balance everything to the point where we don't really have, like, there will always be things that are outliers that are not going to be as good. I just want them to like find some way to balance the end game to the point where it just feels like everyone has their place. You know, they didn't want to create a like a holy trinity, but in their own sense they kind of have done that. Well, I don't know. I'm just pointing it out, and it might not actually happen, right? That might not actually be what is going to happen if they do that. You know, you could have, for example, where every, you know, each of the 9 classes has one elite spec that can do quickness, and, you know, out of the 3 elite specs that it has, one that can do quickness and one that can do alacrity. That would still give you like enough diversity, but like I said, it's my worry is that there's going to be like, oh well, no, this class is much better at alacrity because it does like you know, it's like, you know, people are going to be like, well, Renegade is so much better because it has like a huge amount of DPS compared to other classes, right? And then it becomes like the alacrity and quickness people are going to have to have high DPS, and then you have the Tempest, which is not high DPS, or it's not going to be because of the way that the skills are being used, and then it's like still not going to be top meta. I don't know. I just try to think of like where the next step would be, because the next step is never going to be the last step. You know, it's always going to be, there's always going to be new things that are going to happen. There's always going to be new updates done to it, and there's always going to be new things. So, you know, and I want Arena to kind of, because Arena does like the whole like band-aid fixes to the point where like, oh, this is okay for now, but then they kind of leave it like that until it gets like worse and worse and worse, and then we get a new set of elite specializations that does everything better, and then the others get kind of left behind, which pretty much happened with the Spellbreaker. I feel like the Spellbreaker didn't get any updates done, and now it is one of the worst elite specs because it really doesn't do anything that great. It doesn't do DPS that great. It isn't great in PvP. It isn't great in World vs. World. So what's the point? It really isn't. It doesn't do anything else, you know? So you will never be able to stop that. The only way that you can stop that, or not stop it, the only way that you can what's the word? Like keep that at bay from happening is to do more frequent updates and do them more significant. You know, don't, like I said the other day, I made that joke of like, oh, we changed the damage modifier and the skill from 0.12 to 0.11. And it's like, okay, that doesn't do anything, ArenaNet. Like, you're really not changing the game here, you know. But the issue with ArenaNet is that they update certain things and then they leave other things behind. Like the weapons, for example. There's so many weapons that they've never updated that are still in 2012. And if they were to like constantly go back and like, okay, this thing we haven't updated in like 3-4 years, let's go back and update that. don't work on the new elite specializations, but bring back some of the older ones. You know, and if they do it more frequently, and if they don't constantly, like, I feel like they always stop, you know, and then they're always like, you know, they talk about how they're going to do these profession updates, but then they're like really insignificant and they don't really change the game. Like, they need to constantly change the game themselves to keep everything up to, you know, and like change the meta around all the time, change all the things around all the time, and the meta constantly changes to the point where if you do it every 3 to 4 months, then, you know, you have one meta, but then you kind of change that meta automatically by changing these skills. So the community doesn't get to the point where they figure out the best setup, because it takes time to really figure out the best setups. And if you constantly change it up, then you're going to constantly switch the meta up. And then people are going to know, like, oh, okay, maybe Spellbreaker sucks right now, but if I wait 3-4 months, maybe they'll make significant changes to it to the point where that's going to be meta. But right now, for example, you can be sure that Scourge is going to be meta. You know that Firebrand is going to be meta. So guess what people are going to play? They're going to play that. And they're going to ask for that because they know people are playing that, you know? But if you constantly switch it up and, you know, I'm not saying by like nerf everything or, you know, like make everything OP or whatever, you know, but just... Yeah, I just think that in order to really not have that shit happen, ArenaNet needs to do more frequent updates, and they need to be more significant. They really need to be more significant. Because I'm sure you could actually make statistics of this, where you actually look at things like the Druid, right? And it's like, okay, how long has it been since they've seriously done some updates to the Druid, where it's not like they changed one skill and, you know, instead of doing like 10 seconds of this, it now does it for 5 seconds. Like, that's not significant. That's just dumb. That's just lame. But like really revise what a skill does and really change how it interacts with the world and stuff. And like I said, there's some of them that really fall under that category, specifically a lot of weapon skills. And you don't have to... ArenaNet always does their balancing like 99% of the time, and I talked about this. I actually talked about this in my video about the blog post they have. ArenaNet always does their balancing around traits. They do their balancing around traits and specific like elite specialization like mechanics and stuff. But they never look at weapon skills. And that's why so many weapon skills are left behind. You know, it's just like, look at some other weapon, like look at some weapon skills. If you change what weapon skills do, you could potentially change what certain elite specializations are doing, because you can combine them, right? The two of the things. Like Engineer, for example, all of their weapons sucks, but their builds would be completely different if they didn't have to carry on kits constantly with them. You know, if they had weapon skills that actually interacted with their traits and actually did a good job, then you could potentially even change around what the Engineer does in all of its ways, right? And all of the things that it does. Yeah, and I just think that would also be interesting in the sense of changing up what certain items do and what certain, you know, if you change around what a certain ability does, for example, you know, let's I don't know, let's just throw something out because I don't know if this is true, but let's say traps, for example. No one really uses traps, right? You know, rangers don't use traps, thieves don't really use, do they even have traps? Didn't they change the thief traps to be something else now where it's preparations instead? Anyways, doesn't matter, right? And you have Dragon Hunter with traps. So what if you change how traps interact in the world, or like a fundamental change to traps, not just like one trap or something? Then you maybe potentially change them to the point where those are now really good to use, right? And Dragon Hunters want to use their traps, and which they actually do use them. But I'm just putting it in an example of like a world where traps really suck and all of them suck. Then maybe the runes of the trapper become more interesting, and all of a sudden the price there rises. So you're kind of affecting the economy in that way as well, you know, where like all of a sudden now people want to use the Runes of the Trapper because the 6 bonus on there is actually really, really good for like a really good meta or something. You know, I don't know, I'm just throwing stuff out, but it all comes down to ArenaNet doing more changes, more significant changes and more frequent changes. And I'm hoping that with the profession updates that they want to do quarterly, that they are gonna do them in a significant way. Like, let's look at Elementalist staff, for example. You know, it's just they keep on making changes to it, and it just keeps on being bad. It's like it feels bad. It doesn't feel good. And like, what is an Elementalist without a staff? Like, you can't even play the traditional magician in a game like in Guild Wars, and that kind of sucks. Update it, Arena. Do it, but do it more significant. Don't do, oh, meteor shower does now the damage on there for each attack now does like 1,000 more damage. No one cares, Arena. That's stupid. Don't do those changes, because you might as well leave it at that point, because you're not really, like, to me that's half-assed efforts. Like, that's not a good effort to be put into something like that. I want to see really good, I want to see good effort and good ideas put into that, you know? And I'm not saying that they should change it. Like, I made a video on the Elementalist staff, and you know, people, like I said, people were very like, oh, you know, some people were like, oh, the changes are too significant, that's crazy, are you out of your mind? And then there were people that were like, no, those changes were not crazy enough and stuff, you know. It's just like, I think I hit it like right on the head with the changes that I made, but there's so many different ideas that you could do with them. You know, but just like change Elementalist staff is so important. Change Necromancer's staff. Change Guardian Hammer. Wouldn't it be cool to have a meta DPS build where a Guardian uses a hammer? Dude, that'd be really cool. I would love that. Like a Dragon Hunter hammer build. I would love that. Because it has like traps and stuff, and then you use like a close range. I don't know. I love that idea. So. Yeah, I know, but you know, people have the idea of like elite specs, but then they change what the weapon does. I still retain the idea that I had the other day, which, and they, you know, they do that for the Elementalists, but like specifically for example for the and there's ways that they could do this for every class. I know that would be a huge undertaking, but it's depending on what, like on the Revenant, my idea was depending on which legend you're using, your weapon does something different. Like that was my idea, because they do that on the Trident, and the Trident underwater has so much potential to be used in all kinds of different in different play styles and in different roles, because you know, I don't know exactly what all the skills do, but I know that they like they do different conditions based on which legend you're in. Right, and I really love that. And there's actually more examples of this kind of happening, where when you look at, for example, at the Necromancer Scepter, the 3 ability, you can actually, so to say, upgrade it by taking a specific trait in the condition line for the Necromancer. I forgot which one it is that has it. But wouldn't it be cool if there was more like that, where certain skills changed based on which traits you used? Like certain weapon skills change? Like, that would be really cool. And you know, maybe make them from like a single target thing to like an AoE thing or something. You know, and they could do that on certain weapons without changing the weapons too much if they wanted to kind of keep the weapons. There's a lot of different ways that Arena could tackle this whole weapon situation, I think. That would be really, I would really love that. You know, because we have, for example, the Guardian Hammer has a trade that upgrades the hammer ability. I think it's Hammer 2, but it just sucks because it's like, it does like ice now. It's like it inflicts chill, and it's like chill has no synergy on the Guardian whatsoever. Like, even less so than a water elementalist, and water elementalist has already really terrible synergy with chill, which kind of sucks, you know. But it would be really cool to have that, you know. And we have that, like, you know, they could keep that, but just like actually make it a good trade, where like this is now much stronger and doesn't apply chill or something. It's like it does something different, you know. I don't think there is. Is there? I don't think there is a. Is there an elementalist trait that changes the weapon skill? I don't think there is. If there is, that would really surprise me, because But a utility skill? Which utility skill? On the elementalist? Yeah, because I can't think of it. A utility skill on the elementalist. Well, there is that one that gives you, depending on which, I think are you talking about the one where depending on in which, like the glyphs, depending on which element you are, they give you different elemental, or they give you like different abilities or whatever. Like you can do a firestorm or an ice storm, or you can do a sandstorm or a lightning storm, like the glyph of storms, for example. Like the different glyphs that do different things depending on which element you're in, which is, yeah, that's a really great example, and it's actually a really great idea to have that. Like, those are really good. I really like those because they change it up, you know. They really change up the way that you play the game, and so those are fun. I like those, and they take that idea of what the Trident does for the Revenant, and they do the exact same thing, you know, which depending on what you're running, it does something different. And that would be really cool if they had that. If they had that for a lot more. Like glyphs in particular are actually really nice, because like on the Druid, depending on whether you are in your celestial avatar or not, does something different. I still think Celestial Avatar needs kind of be looked at, because it feels really, it feels strange. But I don't know. I honestly, I've thought about it, and I'm like, I don't know how I would make that better. I have no idea how to make Celestial Avatar. I love Celestial Avatar, and I love the skills. I just don't know how to make it better. I'd have to like seriously think about it. But yeah, there's certain things where they can do that. And like I said, I wish Revenant specifically had every weapon do that. Have every weapon be that way. Where if you are in your dwarf stance, you know, in your Jalis stance, that your staff abilities, for example, like instead of healing, they pump out like protection in AoE, right? And they do not as much damage maybe, but maybe they, you know, on one skill, like if you use your 5 skill, you know, and they don't have to change the animations, like you can still do the same thing on the stab where he like rushes forward with his like, you know, staff and he spins it. You know, pump out like retaliation at the end of that, or so, you know, something. I don't know, but I really think there's a lot of potential for that type of gameplay, for that type of idea. I will point out we did not get another key earlier. Again, I'm really not doing good on that. I'm not doing good on getting keys at all. All right, I gotta go underwater to get that point of interest. So I don't know. And my revisions, like I said, to the Elementalist staff, I don't think they were too crazy, because there were some people that were like, oh my god, that would make Elemental staff way overpowered. And I'm like, I didn't really do that much to it. Like, I really didn't. And I honestly even I thought about it, and I was like, you know, I don't want to change too much of the skills themselves. I kind of want to keep it, because I know that, well, no, well, the idea for the keys is, hold on, let me finish the Elemental staff thing before I forget what I was talking about. But you know, it's like I want them to integrate some of the new technology that they have. Like there's the whole like sliding thing, right, which they use on certain things, like the blade swarm, for example. If you use a gun and you use your 6 ability, you actually get like pushed back a little bit. You get like pushed back a couple of feet, and it's like a sliding thing. You like slide backwards because of the like pushback from the gun. And I wanted that be used on the like 4 skill in the Elementalist like water staff, where it creates like an icy field. I wanted to do that where it like has a sliding effect for enemies, like that alone, and that be like a constant break bar damage as you have that down. Like that would be really cool, and that would like already update water in a sense where it is now useful in boss fights to swap into water, because you get this huge amount of break bar damage, and you know that, like, yeah, make enemies skate. Wouldn't that be cool to have like a frozen field actually be like slippery? I think that's a huge idea, and it would be so simple. I feel like that wouldn't be that hard for them to make. Like, I don't think that's a huge, like, oh my god, that's like too much, right? So all of those skills that I thought of were carefully thought out to not be too much for the team to work on. Oh yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, and glyphs, I love the glyphs. Glyphs are really cool, because the glyphs can make your build feel so different, right? Because I can be like an earth, and I can all of a sudden I could really feel like an earth mage, you know, like an earth bender, you know, because I'm now using sandstorm, right, which is like the blinding field, which that's really cool already. And then you summon like earth elementals, and you know, you use like, you know, whatever, and you have a bunch of like bleed on that set, you know. That's really cool. I love that. I love those ideas. I mean, I'm a huge supporter of a specific elementalist that specifies in one specific magic, which is not a gameplay that has ever been available really to us people. It's never been something that's been available ever. Oh, coming for you. He's coming for you. So I think you can do that a little bit better now with, you can do it okay-ish with the Tempest, and you can do it okay-ish with the Catalyst. There's nothing really that embraces that idea of staying in one element. Yeah, but then even then, like, you're so squishy that you're gonna die really quickly unless you swap into water to heal yourself. You know? It's like, you're so squishy as an elementalist. So, oh, trust me, I have 3 water elementalists. I don't know why I constantly hear. I can show you right now. There's 3 water elementalists that I have, because I really love using water. Like the sound effects, they do such a good job. I have her right here, this is my Legend of Dragoon Meru lookalike cosplay. She's actually named after one of my characters. Oh, you guys can't see it. I'm gonna move it up. She's actually named after a character in Guild Wars 1 that I have. She is water, okay? I have this guy who is actually my main character. I made him look like a blue mage from Final Fantasy. He doesn't use water, but he looks like he would. I have her, who is a, right there, Aquamancer. Okay, and I have this guy, who is also a water. I have 3 water elementalists. I don't know why. I always go back to like, I'm like, oh man, I really love the water element. Which chest? Downstate meta. Yeah, they need to really look at like, which chest? You love my fashion wars? We can look at my fashion for a second here. I mean, we have time. I don't know. My fashion, I appreciate that because I work hard on the fashion, but then I'm like, I don't know. So I have the same bug where the loading takes a while. But it does work for me after a while. So this guy I just randomly, I unlocked Harbinger and I gave him the thing. He's supposed to just have like hand. But I have a lot of like, that looks almost the same as this, right? So I'm kind of like, this is my Blade Sworn. I was trying to do something that looked a little like not super heavily armored with the mask that you can get. I love the little tassel-y thing you can get there. Then that's my Vindicator. He's supposed to have like a rustic look kind of to him where it's like not golden, but he's supposed to have like this like brownish rustic look. Yeah, I really do. I do as well. Like you'll see a lot of my heavy armor and a lot of my light armor look almost the same. Like when you look at this guy, like compared to this guy, like I use these, like the bottom, almost the same, and the hands too. Like right here is the same. Isn't that the same? No, he uses different boots, but yeah, I like these a lot. This is the Willbender that I'm making right now, but he's supposed to be like a Dark Knight. The reason why I went with the purple as a secondary is because those specific shoulders, you can't actually color the purple in. The little like pink purple here, so I use that as another color on a lot of other things, and it actually worked out. It's pretty cool for like a Dark Knight thing because you have like blue flames, so it goes really well with this. Yeah, this was actually interesting. This was a character that I had in Guild Wars 1, which was a monk actually that I had in Guild Wars 1, so named after that, but he's one of my oldest characters. Then I have like, this is my druid. I try to make him look a little bit, there's actually I down around my undevil stuff too. Yeah, I don't know, I like doing that, you know, they're like the ancestors a lot of times too. This guy, there's actually, he is kind of, there was a picture that I found on Google. Yeah, is that who I took as is that the one I took as an inspiration? I think so. I don't know. There's a picture on Google. You can look it up, and it's a celestial mage. I was trying to make like a celestial mage because the druid, right, deals with the stars, and you know, you have a staff and you're influenced, blah blah blah, all this stuff. So I tried to make like a celestial mage. So he doesn't look like the same picture, but he's kind of influenced by a picture named Celestial Mage by Clean Minded on DeviantArt. You can just Google it and you can find it. It's kind of inspired by that. It doesn't look at all like it, but yeah, I try to make like a mage type looking thing. Is the commander this this I think they took the like commander's tag and they made Kralkatorrik's head out of it. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be Kralkatorrik's head because it has that like triangle look to it with the jagged teeth and the weird eyes. I think it's supposed to be Kralkatorrik. But I really liked it. I thought it was really cool. This is my guild. Dark Scions of the Twilight Realm is my guild in Guild Wars 2. That's the symbol. So, but he's my World vs. World character, so that's why I wanted my guild, like, represent my guild in World vs. World, you know. So I think that's what it is. If you color it purple, it probably looks a lot more like Kralkatorrik. My engineer, I don't know what I was thinking here. I still don't really know what I'm doing with him. So I'll look at him at some point. I've recently changed this guy. This is my Spectre. Very simple. He uses the chest skin you can unlock right now for, what is it? Oh, Super Adventure Box. But he's supposed to actually, like, he has a blindfold on, but he's kind of supposed to be me. I kind of modeled him after me a little bit, with green eyes and stuff. He's supposed to kind of look like me. But yeah, he's supposed to wear like normal clothing almost, something very simple. He uses the, I don't think you can, if I scroll away, can we actually see it? Oh, I can actually hide the, yeah, he uses the things, the same ones, the wraps, the leg wraps, as a thing, so. Yeah, he kind of looks like a daredevil, right? Because he has that, like, I mean, he kind of has that feel to it, but he's a Spectre, so that's why he's in all black. But yeah, he's supposed to just wear, like, normal clothing, I guess. I don't know. I think I'm going to color his shirt a little bit different. This was, for the longest time, this was my, my main, Mirage. But he's now a Condi Virtuoso. I really like that chest piece. That's a really nice chest piece. And then that's the human shoulders, and I don't like having like a lot of stuff going on your head, so I really like that little thing. This is the Phoenix, I want to say, which looks way different on female characters. It's the one that Casimir wore in season 1 before she got her like her outfit. It's when she was wearing an armor, right? They all wore armor beforehand. Yeah, so this is the one. You know, in the female, it has that like feathery thing on the bottom where it has like the floaty. But it looks way different on men, and it looks really good on men. The shoulder piece is actually really cool on that too. This is my one and only Char. He just wears an outfit. I haven't really done much with him. I don't like... I'm not a fan of Scourge. He's a Scourge, and I don't like Char, so I haven't really done anything with him, but he's really cool. This is the other cosplay that I did for Legend of Dragoon. This is Lavitz. This is my Lavitz lookalike. If you don't know who that is, you can just type in Lavitz in Google Images, and you'll see immediately. Any Char Asura. I have only this Asuran character. And then that's my only Char. And I think I have a Norn. I have a couple of Norn. So we'll look at those in a second. But yeah, so this is Lavitz. I did post on Twitter about the lookalike there, but this is Lavitz not in his Dragoon thing. This is my... she's had a sex change. She used to be male. This is my Chronomancer, but I don't use her for anything. I love that hair on women, but there's just something about the female thing that I don't know. And I don't know, there's a lot of, I don't really know. I like my male. He was my main for a long time, so I use him on like anything Mesmer. So I might park her at like some kind of jumping puzzle or something. Yeah, so this is my Meru cosplay. If you don't know who Meru is, you can literally type in Meru in Google, and you will see the Legend of Dragoon. That is Gwen's outfit. Indeed, it is Gwen's outfit. Yeah, I just slapped that on. I don't know what her fashion looks like. It's probably really horrible. I didn't look, but that's Gwen's outfit. Yeah, which looks really cool. It works, I think. But yeah, this is Meru. She has like wings on her back. She has the like Aurine wings or whatever. This is my blue mage. I kind of took, I looked up Final Fantasy Blue Mage, and I made him look like a blue mage. He has a cape. They don't show back items on here, but he has a cape, and he's my blue mage. So okay, I will tell you right now, this character, I haven't touched her fashion in 8 years now. I haven't played her either. Her name is actually a combination of two of my favorite World of Warcraft characters. She was my main during season 1, and then I stopped playing her after season 1, and I never deleted her because she's the only one that has leather working on 500. So she's my leather worker. and that's all I ever really use her for. But yeah, so her mix is a mixture of Illidan and Maiev is her name. So that's who she kind of, yeah. So yeah, this is, so it's really funny to think that these are like not all of these pieces were available like 8 years ago or whatever. This is the Boone. He's like a quick brand that I made him, I think, is what he is. He just wears that. He just wears, this is Casimir's outfit on the male. The heavy, no, well, this is the male version of the, not the, is that what it's called? It's the outfit, whatever the outfit is that Casimir wears. That's the male version of it, so that's what it looks like. I really like the outfits that look way different on male to female. Like, I don't like the ones where they like make a carbon copy of what it looks like on the female, or the other way around. It like doesn't fit a lot of times. I don't know. Is it called Casimir's outfit? It might be. It might be called. It might be. Isn't it Casimir's ceremonial outfit or something? Isn't that what it's called? I don't remember. But then I have this guy. He's a recent addition. He was a. There was a concept for a video set that I had where. So as you guys know, one of the big like huge things that people love to post and talk about on Guild Wars 2 is like build videos, okay? And you have build videos where you where you know, people like open world, PvP, world versus world, you know, meta builds, you know, whatever, like leveling builds. Like there's so many different builds, and I wanted to make a concept for a type of video, for a type of build video that included like a theme. And he was supposed to be like my first example of that, but I just, it's not that good, and his build isn't that great, so I just kind of feel like about it. He has a little, he has a spiky penis over here. That's what I always hate about this armor set. It's a spiky penis that comes out. It's just weird. But I actually like this outfit. His armor is great, right? The reason, and I will tell you right now, so the concept for the build was that he was supposed to be, right, he's called Arali the Bloody, because his whole build was that he's a warrior that entirely deals with bleeding damage. And I went with a dual sword, and I went everything bleeding. I think I used like crate runes, I used double sword, I used sigils that increase bleeding damage. Like I went with all bleeding, and it was supposed to be this like whole like theme of a build video where I talk about, okay, it's a warrior and it's just dealing with bleeding damage. But I will tell you right now, that's actually really bad. It's not a good build. It's really not strong at all. It doesn't matter how far you go into the like condition damage part of it. It doesn't really work out. So I never really made that video, but I don't know, I like that bladed armor, so I left him. This was the inspiration that I had from my first challenge run, which was the pacifist, which was the warrior that I had, right? And he was like this whole pacifist thing, and then I told you guys that I made him into like a shield wielding guy, and then I didn't really like the way he was, so I wanted to make a herald with that, but I remade him as a herald, but then I didn't really get into giving him outfit, and I didn't really finish him. So he's just wearing an outfit, and he's not doing any, I haven't really done anything with him. I still want to do the idea of doing a super defensive heavy class, because I really love that concept of doing like a tank, but a more traditional tank where you use an actual shield and defensive abilities, and your DPS sucks ass. I've always wanted to make that. So I did that with the warrior, and that was pretty fun, and I'll probably go back to that same fashion that I had, because that fashion was actually really, really cool. It looked really good. Then I have, this is one of my, this is like my main ranger, I want to say. I don't think I have any other rangers, but the one that we're doing right now. He was supposed to be like more like a medieval looking type of like a hunter kind of thing is what he's supposed to look like. You know, giving him a lot of like grays and browns. You know, with the dead animal pelt and simple look, you know, but a very like, just a very more traditional like medium wearing armor, like scout kind of. Yeah, exactly, like Robb Stark, like exactly like that, you know, like Game of Thrones and stuff. Yeah, this was a Raleigh the Grimmel. So we actually had and this is just really weird, and it's like an inside joke. So we have on the channel, which he hasn't been around in a minute because he's been very busy, I think. But Raygun is one of the people that's also in the Discord and in the guild and stuff, and he has been like a big part of the community for a long time now. But we were having a conversation at some point where we were talking about gremlins, and we were talking on Discord, and he was talking about grimmels, and we're like, what are grimmels? And he's like, yeah, you know, the green things. We're like, those are gremlins, they're not grimmels. So we were all laughing about it. It was like this huge inside joke, but we all decided to make a character that's a grimmel. So this is my grimmel, and I try to make him a little bit like Yoda-ish. I wanted to make him a little Yoda-ish, so I actually, like, when I made his face and stuff, I actually like looked at what Yoda looked like, and this is the best I could do. He doesn't look like Yoda at all, but yeah, well, you can always join my Discord. Information is in any and all of my videos on YouTube, so the info is there. Or you can actually type in !_ Discord. I'm sorry, you can type in ! Discord, and it actually has the Discord link in there as well. I forgot about that. I forgot about my bot. This guy, Dark Arts of Raleigh, I was trying to do something, I don't know what I was trying to do, but he's just wearing that outfit, so yeah, that is actually correct. There you go. You got it. So I don't know. I didn't really. All right, perfect. Not a lot is going on in the Discord as of late. There's not too much, but I look at everything that's posted, and I try to comment on everything that's posted. There's just not a lot going on. There's not very many active people in there, but it's just a place to hang out at, and I will always respond to everything on there. But yeah, this is the Miss Stranger's outfit. I actually really like this outfit, but I don't know what I'm doing with this character. This might be a character that I'm gonna delete further down the road. I'm not sure. Then I have, of course, we looked at her earlier. I tried to go with something that looks very watery. You know, something that's, you know, these plants on her. Like, she's a Savari, right? So this is like a light armor on the Elementalist, or on the light armor for the Savari, I mean. But I try to go with a lot of like aqua looking stuff, right? This looks like algae, or this looks like coral or something that you'd find underwater. Seaweed, yeah, pretty seaweed, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, she's supposed to be like waterish, so she has that as her look, and I think it came out pretty good. But yeah, so this guy, actually, this is the second armor. What does this first one look like again? Again, he kind of embraces the whole Savari idea. He has that set, and then he has another set. I gotta look at the other set, because I forgot what the first set looked like, and I think the first set is even better. So he has this set, and then his first set is this. Oh yeah. It's super Savari-ish. We'll look at it in the login screen here. So this is the Nightmare chest, and these are my favorite two pieces of Savari armor. Do we know why these are my favorite two pieces? The shoulders and the like leg stuff. The head armor right here. This is the like it's one of the like Zephyr things that you can get. There was like 3 of them. There's one that's a lightning. This is the sun one, but there's a lightning one, and then there's a wind one, which is like a circular one. And this is the sun one, and you can color different colors, and it doesn't even look like it. But I will look at that in a minute. I'm not sure what that's called. But the reason why I like those two pieces is because they actually have the, you know how like the Sylvari are like fluorescent, like at night, like they have the not fluorescent, luminescent. You know, they're like bioluminescent. They actually these little diamonds on the armor, they will actually glow in whatever color the Sylvari is. And this is only on the male on the male armor, as far as I can tell, and that's only on those two pieces, I want to say. As far as I can tell, they glow. And these are the only pieces I think that do that. There's a couple of other Sylvari pieces that will integrate the glow, but they actually have their own glow to them. It's always not, isn't it always not? Oh, it's not always night. Where is it always night? Do we know it? Is it nighttime right now? I want to go somewhere where it's nighttime. How do I get out? Oh, over here. I hate that you can't just. Let's go to Lion's Arch. Is it nighttime right now? I'll find out in just a second. Hold on. Because if not, no, it's night. It's daytime right now. But there is a different way that you can actually. You can actually look at this by. I might be wrong on this. I'm not 100% certain. So let me double check. Everything needs to load first. Okay, there we go. I think if you go to the makeover preview person, you can turn off the light. See how they kind of, I don't know, it doesn't, I would have to change the color actually on these because they don't at all look, no, I want something really bright. If you do like really bright, it becomes very apparent. So I'm just gonna change that real quick. It doesn't matter. I'll just change it back in a minute. And you can turn off the light. It's really hard to see, but these little orbs, they glow. It's really, it doesn't really pop up right now, but they become like little. If you color them really brightly, it does it really. Oh, is it really? Is it really almost that time? Yeah. So. Yeah, they glow. You can kind of see a little bit of the glow. I'm trying to figure out, there's like certain maps that are at night. Isn't there certain dungeons that are like at night, that happen at night? I kind of want to show it off because it actually looks really cool, but I'm like, let's go in here. That's a really cool loading screen, by the way. It's a really cool screen. I think this is during the day as well? I can't ever tell in Guild Wars. I think this is it. I don't know, but you can kind of see how bright they are right now. No, because my face isn't glowing. I'm not. Really? They're not. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that was underneath. Yeah, that's cool. Really? Isn't that? Which dungeon is at night? Oh, well, Ascalon Catacombs is at night. Isn't that right? Ascalon Catacombs is a nighttime one? And it's pretty dark in there, so it's probably going to be more apparent. Because they glow with your... Because it's a Sylvari armor, right? So it glows with your fluorescence. Luminescence, whatever. Yes? Okay, cool. So it should be... Yes, red log, we don't... Yeah, so you can see this much better now. Do you see how they like actually... How it actually glows? My skin doesn't glow. I think I turned off my own glow. I think that's why it's not working. Oh, no, I do have a glow. See? But do you see how bright they are? And you can color them like a different color. Let's see. Let's do like a purple or like an orangey color. I don't know. They become like little lanterns almost. I guess it's more apparent on some colors than others, but yeah. So, but do you see how bright those are? That is the, I think this is the, yeah, this is the Arborist set, which is the, heavy armor Sylvari, the first set. the like the lowest tier of the cultural set. The cheapest set that you can get at like level 30 or something is what those pieces are when you buy them from the person. So, but yeah, it's a cool set. The other pieces in the set don't actually do that. They don't actually glow because they have like on their hand, they have like little diamonds like that too, but they don't actually glow. So I kind of went with like other stuff to kind of embrace that whole Savari thing. Then we have this guy. This is my Deadeye. He's supposed to be a little bit futuristic. He's supposed to like he has those like futuristic boots on and stuff. And he is supposed to like just, you know, he has that mask on and stuff. So he has those really cool like shoulder pads that are like a little like metallic looking, almost like an armor. He looks like so he's supposed to like a little bit inspired by like you know, Boba Fett or something. Yeah, like Iron Man, like stuff like that, pretty much is what he's supposed to be. That's kind of the inspiration that I took from. Yeah, so he's like a little bit like that, right? Because you're like you know, a Deadeye has like a rifle and you're almost like a sniper kind of thing, you know, and he, yeah, and his back piece is that little, his back piece is the one that like, where the wing, there's a glider that goes with it. I forgot what it's called. Well, Iron Man is good too, but I mean, Iron Man has that like red, that like comic hero red, you know, and I'm not a fan of that like red, so to say. Like that's too obvious. I try to go with something more subtle. So he has those little holographic looking things. The thing, I don't know why the back piece isn't showing on this, because he has supposed, yeah, it has supposed to have the thing on there. It's supposed to have that back there. So, but yeah, so that's kind of, yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, and then he has, he uses the Iron Legion or the Legion, Blood Legion, and then the Flame Legion weapons. He uses those weapons instead because they look a little bit futuristic. I did have, I think one that might work actually better is the Pact handgun, because it has like a blue in there as well. But you want to go, you know, if you're doing something like that, you want to go with something that looks futuristic. I don't know, I could probably, I mean, we have futuristic, the Harbinger one. That's pretty cool looking. You know, but, and the Ash Legion actually fits better because it's a gray colored. But you obviously don't want to go with something that's like this, you know, that doesn't really, this also works, which is the Vigil one that kind of works. But yeah, he uses double pistol, and then he has a rifle, and he has the Magitech rifle, which is the one that like kind of extends outward. Is that what it's called? Arcane. I'm sorry, Arcane. I thought it was Magitech. It's Arcane. So, right, because you're like a sniper. And you're like, pew pew. Die. Oops, I didn't mean to completely log out. Let's log back in. So he was supposed to have like a futuristic kind of thing because, okay, and I will point out my, you know, I had a long conversation earlier about the dual classing. But Daredevil is a Deadeye is a thief / engineer. So I kind of tried to take the whole like being modern and being, you know, like that, where I wanted to take that. Then we have pretty much the brother to our Aquamancer. Now there's a character that I took as, there's a Guild Wars 2 character in the personal story that I took as inspiration for this character. A little bit, anyways, not 100%, but I took that person as inspiration, and I don't even remember his name, but I it's in the personal story. I kind of want to know what his name is now, because it's gonna drive me nuts. Oop. Oop. No. Yes. Oops. No. There it is. I took inspiration. He doesn't really look like him, but I took inspiration. It's Pelham, which is there's the twins, Arlen and Pelham, that are the twins in the Sylvari personal story, and you know the one is the warrior type, that's Arlen, and then Pelham is the scholar type, and he has. I really liked what they did with his outfit because he looked very scholarly, but he also didn't look like he was like super overburdened. Like I always hate when there's like, you know, butt capes and there's like these, you know, a lot of like mage types always wear these like big outfits and whatever, but he looked very like light in the way that he would dress and stuff. So I kind of took inspiration from that. I don't know what this guy's build is. I think this is my healer, I want to say. And then I have this guy, which I haven't done anything with. He's a level 30. I was trying to make like I don't know, some kind of reaper with a greatsword out of him, but I didn't really do anything. So I mean, kind of is there. So, but that's about it. Those are my characters. Nothing too great. I mean, there's nothing where I'm like, oh my god, wow, that's a really good one. Like, you know, because fashion shows are a thing. I'll never enter a fashion show. I don't think any of my fashions. Yeah, they were twinned. I mean, Sylvari are all pretty much siblings, right? But they do have twins, where they actually come out of the same. Both Arlen and Pelham actually came out of the same pod, right? Which is obviously, you know, it's like that's a twin thing, right? So, but yeah, they're actually twins and they're very different. They're not the same. They look kind of the same a little bit. But they're not the same character-wise. So, yeah, I mean, you could kind of argue that both of those Sylvari characters that I had right next to each other, they're both water ones, that they could be twins because they look very similar in their skin tone and in the way, you know, they're both like water elementalists and stuff. Really? You like her? Yeah, she's cool. Only problem is that like you can't do much with that character, right? Because you know, she was supposed to be full offensive water damage, and you can't do it. It doesn't work, sadly. So, I really wish there was a way, because that's what I played in Guild Wars 1. I played an offensive water mage, and yes, I know that's not meta, and I know that that's not the best build to have, but you can make that. You can actually use, you know, if you use like Shatterstone is actually pretty good. For like a elite water build, and there's a couple others that you can like Maelstrom. Maelstrom is really strong. That like shuts down whole enemy groups. I know it's like huge in cost and stuff, but there's ways to go around that, you know. So. Yeah, it just sucks, you know. I was like, I really wish that it would work. I mean, the Meru cosplay character, you know, she is an you know, because Meru in Legend of Dragoon, she's like a ice mage, like an ice water mage, and she uses a hammer. So as soon as End of Dragons came out, you know, and we're you know, right now I'm doing a playthrough of Legend of Dragoon. As soon as I kind of thought about those two things at the same time, I was like, oh, wait a minute, we now get pretty much a water ice mage that can wield a hammer. I'm like, I could so do a Meru cosplay. It actually works. The damage isn't that great. It's, of course, far, far away from being like a meta build, so to say, but I mean, we can even look at it right now, but the damage is okay, right? It'll survive in open world, and being in water actually means that you do okay. I need to see the portraits. If I don't see the portraits, okay, never mind, I figured it out. Well, it's not necessarily. Hold on, let me look at, there's a specific website. Yeah. There's a specific website that actually has builds for Guild Wars 1. Wow, did this just happen to me? This has never happened to me. Wow, okay. I'm having the loading problem that people have been having. I have not had that issue at all. I know that people have been talking about that, but that was really weird to see that happen to me. So I have to restart the game, sorry. Hold on. PvE general, let's kind of look. So there's a website, it's called PVX Wiki, and it's just for builds for Guild Wars 1. All kinds of different builds with different heroes and whatever. Oh wait, what is this? Why does that open a... Oh, you can download those. I don't want to download them. Can I just like look at a... I just want to look at a build. Oh, there we go. Elementalists. Let's see. Well, there's some Earth one. There's an air magic hero. Invoke lightning, double dragon, invoke lightning, fire magic, searing flames was huge. There's different builds, but ether renewal, you know, it really depends on what you're looking for, I guess. There's different things, but yeah, why is it not... Hello? Why is it not popping up? I'm in game, but it's not showing to you guys? Why? What the hell is going on? Hold on a minute. What is this? Why is it not... Huh? I'm in the game, but it's not letting me stream it to you guys. What is going on? The heck? Hold on a minute. Maybe there is... Yeah, it's not letting me... What the fuck? That is so weird. Yeah, I don't know. It's never happened to me. I'm like, what? Okay, let me just try to restart it. Could you guys hear the... Could you hear the sound? Because there is sound. Alright, let's try this again. Okay, there it is. Okay, it's working now. That was weird. Strange. No? Oh, the sound is pretty low, I will say that. Yeah, that's weird. But yeah, this is my mirrors. So you can, if you're solely in water, I mean, they kind of... Which one was the skill where they like... I was laughing. Oh, look at Icy Coil. Do you see Icy Coil? Damage is 1. I'm like, what's the point? What's the point? What's the point of having a PvE skill that does 1 damage? Like, this reduces incoming condition damage for 15 seconds and causes vulnerability every time it happens. Like, I get that it's supposed to be for like this, but it does 1 damage every time it hits an enemy. And it... Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I get that you can have continuously have this up, and I get that the point is the incoming condition damage reduction on there. Like, I get that that's the point of it or whatever, but when you see it in action, it's just like, it's so dumb. I'm like, why did you take the damage away on that? It's not like it was overpowered or anything. I want to attack an enemy. There's no enemies around though. Let's go somewhere like somewhere else. Right here. Let's go right here. Like, I don't get that. And they recently, and this was done in the update to what? Okay. Whatever, that's the daily thing. Our person's already back in the guild. I don't even know why that's here. Weaver. Catalyst. Yeah, so this was done recently in the update that they have done where they changed some stuff around where they like kind of increased some of the stuff. But yeah, so like we can look at this griffin right here. 0, 0, 2, 2, 2. What's the point of having damage on it then? It's like it procs vulnerability on it every time. But it's like, what's the point? That's so dumb. And then you can cast this. I mean, it does like okay damage. Like I want to say, you know, the augment skill apparently like is pretty strong in damage too. So it's okay for damage. This particularly, I don't know how I would do on a different weapon set. But yeah, I do use the glyph of Ice Storm glyph. But I love the like ice and water element. I'm a huge fan of that, so. Bam, bam. Well, no, it does not, but in PvE, it feels like a very wasted spot, because in PvE, it's all about damage, okay? I get that in PvP, they took that away. They took the whole damage thing away from anything that had CC and stuff. Like a lot of skills that have CC don't do any damage in like PvP in World vs. World. Like I get that, you know, I get that they wanted to kind of balance everything that does, but it feels like such a wasted ability. Like if I'm just fighting in PvE, where, you know, if I'm in a group with people, I'm probably not going to die anyways because we're just attacking as is. Having a skill that does no damage and just inflicts a little bit of vulnerability seems like a wasted slot, you know what I mean? In a way, like I wish there was a little bit of damage. Like I don't think it would break the skill to have like a couple of hundred of damage. Like make the damage, you know, like the base attack, you can look at them, they're 500, 800, 1000. Like put like 200 damage on it. But like 1 damage? That just seems weird. You know, it's like have a little bit of extra damage on there. It's not like it's gonna make this class overpowered, you know, if you put a little bit of damage. Like, no, you don't have to put 5,000 damage on it, but give us a little bit of damage, you know? No, this is not my ranger. We're doing all kinds of other things. We're talking about fashion. I went through all of my fashion, all my characters. I went through all of my different characters and stuff, and then I did, this is Meru. We played Meru a little bit, so it's okay, no worries, it's fine. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Anything people want to see, you know. I mean, I'm not playing. You know, if I'm playing for my own enjoyment, I'm gonna play what I want. But when I'm streaming, I wanna play what people want to see. You know, because otherwise, what's the point of being a streamer? You know, I want, you know, I want to play what people want to see. Because, like I said, if I'm just gonna play what I want, then I'm just gonna not stream. What's the point in that? You know, it's like, you know, people don't want to see it, right? So that's a ranger with no weapon, yeah. Well, I mean, that was my whole idea. I really love this little pond they have here. It's cool. Well, I also like wanted to talk about it, like, so specifically, I talked about this a few times, the Spellbreaker. Like, I really wish that they would change the Spellbreaker. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I want them to make the Spellbreaker, make Spellbreaker good again, great again. I'm gonna make hats. And they're not gonna be as cool as MAGA, but I'll make my own hat. That's gonna say make Spellbreaker great again. Because I actually like Warrior, but I want Warrior to be really good. And like Bladesworn is super fun. If you guys haven't played Bladesworn, I'm having a great time with it. So Emily's studying. She's not really paying attention. I don't know why I'm fighting these. I'm not getting anything out of this. So, good. Yeah. Well, that's, you know, and that's the thing. It's like, Elementalist already has such a, like, the thing about the thing about Elementalists has always been there was a trade-off, because Elementalists were incredibly squishy, but the damage was just like outrageous. You know, this was when Guild Wars 2 first came out, right? The damage was crazy. You could do so much, like if you like went into like full berserker with like a meteor storm, a meteor shower on a enemy group, like devastating. I mean, you could like just huge amounts of damage. Now it's come to the point where the meta is that everyone can do, you know, 40k damage in like a, you know, in a like a group setting or whatever, doing a ton of damage. Like, you know, like every elite spec that's halfway decent can do the same amount of damage for the Elementalists. The Elementalists still being a squishy and still being way more complicated to play, because you constantly have to switch attunements in order to actually bring out the most of all three of your elite specializations. Maybe Tempest not as much, but you know, if you're really trying to get the best out of the other two, out of a Weaver or out of a Catalyst, you have to constantly swap attunements, which means you constantly have to pay attention to all of your cooldowns, know exactly when to swap and what thing, and back and forth and here and there. And it's you know, the trade-off isn't there anymore, because you don't do that much damage anymore with it, you know, compared to other classes. So oh, nice, you're finished. That's good. So I kind of, you know, I just, that's what drives me nuts about the whole Ellie thing, you know, the Elementalists, is because the trade-off was always there, but it was like you know, it was a high risk, high reward thing, where if you were a good Elementalist player, you could outshine anyone in DPS if you knew when to dodge, how to use your heals on your water magic, how to use your blocks on your, you know, on your pretty much your earth skill, you know, how you could get reduced damage and stuff. Like, you know, you really, like, if you were a good player, that would have a huge major payoff, but it doesn't really have that anymore, which really sucks about the Elementalist, to the point where it's like now its squishiness over the years is catching up to it, and the dealing damage is just like, that's not enough anymore, you know, because it is still super complicated to play. So, well, I think it's always had a high learning curve, but it usually had a higher payoff, where that same payoff you can get with anything. I like what did I say the other day, guys? You can take, and this is something that like I kind of wanted to make a video of, but I feel like I'm gonna get a shit ton of hate for it. But I was on the Lavitz cosplay character before I made him Lavitz. He was a revenant that had just one sword. He was a one-handed sword revenant, and just for fun I played him. And full berserker, except for like he didn't have even the stats of an offhand sword. It wasn't that he didn't use it, it was he didn't even have it. So I was missing one weapon on my setup, which is like a huge loss in like DPS already, right? And he was in Malik's actually, which if you go in Malik's and you use the elite skill there, you constantly pump out damage. And that's what I did. All it was literally was this character, and I went to the golem, and I would go attack the golem, just auto attack, literally just press 1, nothing else, and have your elite up, which is like, you know, it's like it drains your energy down as you're pumping out torment and do a little bit of damage. And I did like 13k damage just doing that. That's it. That's all it was. It was literally just me sitting there pressing 1 on a golem, and I did 13,000 damage. Do you know how much more work you need to put in from an Elementalist in order to get to 13,000? So much more. You need to place your AoEs correctly. You need to blast them at the right time to get enough might in order to do all this stuff. And you need to like, you know, you need to like swap your attunements and do this and do that. You know, and that's where I'm like, that's where I feel like the Elementalist fails, is because the damage output, you know, the payoff isn't there anymore. And it's just not fun to play anymore because you just have to like, there's that video from a long time ago which still to this day is relevant, and that's that video of that someone made a long time ago. This was before, like, I think this was even before like season 1 came out, but where it's the Necromancer versus the Elementalist in PvP, and you see the Necromancer and it presses like one button, the guy that presses like one button the whole time. And then you have the Elementalist that's pushing all the buttons on the keyboard, and they're sweating, and everything is like going crazy. That video is still relevant. It's still relevant to this day, and it's even more so now with 3 sets of Elite Specializations that we have released and stuff. And people called me crazy when I said to simplify the Elementalist. Because what I would love to see, and I will point you guys to the... yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. I will point you to the very, very first video I ever made, which is just, I don't watch it anymore because it's so cringy, because it's so bad. I think anyways. I think I've gotten better at making videos, and I think I've really, like, I understand better now how to make videos and stuff. But it's the very first Elite Specialization speculation, because I had 2 sets of them before End of Dragons came out. And the very first set of videos that I made was the first set of Elite Specialization speculations. And it was the Sorcerer. And the Sorcerer was actually a Elite Specialization that concentrated around doing... I need you to come up here. I don't know where you are. Oh, down there. I'm gonna jump down. But it concentrated on being in one element. It actually does, because there's elemental empowerment that we have in Catalyst now. And I actually took that exact same concept, but it was about staying in the same element. If you stay in the same element, you get stronger the longer you stay in that element. That was actually the whole concept of that Elite Specialization. And that's kind of what I based that around, because I wanted to make it simpler, because the Elementalist already is super complicated in the way you have to play it, and in the way that you have to, like, I don't know, just the way you have to, like, comparatively to all the other classes, it's so much harder to play, you know? That I don't know, and I really like that concept, and people were just like, oh, you're taking everything away that's special about the Elementalists. I'm like, yeah, but like, wouldn't it be cool if you could stay and fire the whole time and do good enough damage and get like a huge amount of damage? Like, there was something about, like, if you stayed in there you would get elemental empowerment, which ends up giving you like 20% more damage or something if you stayed in that long enough, so that it's like a higher like DPS loss if you switched elements, so you would kind of stay in one. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, it's just, and to me, like I said, the Elementalist is based off of the Guild Wars 1 Elementalist, which in Guild Wars 1 you could oh, this is a toxic guy. The toxic guy is going to be much stronger. Attack the toxic guy. Why are you down there? Get up here. What is he doing? Oh, you can't get up here? Oh, it's just stupid. Look at our pet. Look at our pet in action. I have this fucker over there. Great. Run away to a cage. Oh, tried to land on it. Didn't work. Annoying. Yeah, back and forth. Oh, now he gets up there. Okay. All right. Great. Reflected my projectiles back at me. The bubble that he made. Attack him. Attack. I hate crate. I hate that I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm falling. I'm stuck. Goodbye. No, I have to get back up. I need to get my freaking thing. God, it's so annoying. Hold on, guys. Hold on. They're coming somewhere. How do I get up? There. But yeah, like I said, the Guild Wars 2 Elementalist is based off of the Guild Wars 1 Elementalist. And in Guild Wars 1, I could, if I wanted to, be in one. I didn't have to be all 4 elements. I didn't have to take all 4 elements to me. You know, it's like, and then every time I mention that, people are just like, yeah, but it's called an Elementalist. It's not called a Fire Mage. And it's like, it doesn't have to be a Fire Mage. It's an Elementalist, so it can, you know, if it wants to use all 4 elements, you can. And if you want to use one element, you can. But you don't have that option right now, which sucks. Doing Aspenwood. Destroy. So give me more options. And I don't think any of the elite, and to me, this is where the elite specializations come in. You know, I wish that the elite specializations would give me that option. But they don't give me that option. They actually make the whole swapping your elements a bigger priority on 2 of them at least. The Tempest not so much. Can we defeat this guy? I wonder if we can defeat this witch. We do have a friend here that could help if he wanted to. But I don't know. Ah! Ah! I think we can do this. I just need to keep up with healing my friend. My pet. So. Just having the option, you know? I don't know. So I hope that, you know, we do know that Expansion 4 is being worked on, which is nice to know, but I hope that ArenaNet really takes their time to look at some really interesting elite specializations that really change what some do. For example, like I said, the Warrior. The Warrior, all the Warrior has is damage dealing elite specs. Okay, we can't do this. There's way too many of them. Can I open this chest before everyone dies? Before I may... open it. Okay. We're leaving. Ah, jump. Yay. Like, all you have Berserker that has, you know, if you want to opt into doing a Condi Berserker, you can, but it's DPS, right? Spellbreaker kind of sucks in everything right now, but it's also just DPS. You know, it's supposed to have, like, the PvP, like, in, you know, anti-mage, but it really doesn't function like that. You know, because I don't know, it's just not that great in what it does, I feel like. And then you have Bladesworn, which is DPS. That's all the Warrior has. I really want them to widen it, you know. But what was my very first elite specialization that I made was the Commander for the Warrior, which actually was also damage dealing, but it was supposed to have actually boon support. Really, you can't attack him? Oh my god, I hate the pet AI. Just can't attack him because he's too far on the surface, or it's like up there, so I can't attack him. You know, and it dealt with actually summoning agents from the, because you're like, it kind of dealt with the pact. I incorporated the whole idea of the commander being part of the pact, and then have an elite specialization that's actually called the commander that actually commands troops, where you actually can, like the Renegade, where it summons different order agents, like a Whispers agent or a Vigil agent, and depending on who you summon or how you summon them or whatever, they would give you like different boons, or they do different things, you know, and you could spec into different things, where maybe like the you know, priory people that maybe you call, maybe those are like healing based or like boon based friends, like summons that you have, and then you have the vigil ones that are just like dealing damage, and you can summon the ones that are, you know, I don't know, and you could spec into different things. I also like the ones where they give you the ability to spec into different things, like the virtuoso, where you can do a condition line or you can do like a power DPS. I really love that idea, and I think, you know, where like the mechanist, for example, depending on which weapon you equip to your mech, it does like different things. I really like that because, like I said, it goes back to the whole idea of upgrading or augmenting your weapon skills with traits, where like a certain trait that you have selected does something different, where it changes a little bit of your class. Yeah, kind of like that, Emily. It was more supposed to be like how the renegade summon spirits, where you would summon these and they would just like do something real quick and then disappear. So they weren't like minions that would follow you around, but it would be like, you know, I would like ground target right here, and this vigil warrior would come down and he would like slash around, like he would do a whirl attack with a greatsword or something, and he does damage around, you know. Or you summon like a priory dude that would do like a blast of healing in an AoE and then disappear. You know, they would come down and like, you know, fall from the sky or something, from like an airship or from a helicopter or something. They would drop in, do something, and then like disappear. You know, that was kind of the idea. But yeah, I think that they really have, like I said, the whole idea of okay, I don't know what that, oh, I used the skill accidentally. Whoops, delete character, we're done. Just kidding. Oh, okay. Apparently I attacked this guy. I didn't mean to do that. So I don't know. That was kind of like, you know, and there's so many things they can do with traits. They've become, I want to say that Arena has become really boring in the way that they do traits. Like, imagine you could really have the Grandmasters. I always want them to make the Grandmasters change up everything that elite specialization does. And I would really love that. There was, for example, the vampire that I had, okay, where this was my elite specialization for the necromancer, where the necromancer goes into this other shroud, into this blood shroud I had, and it deals with like blood magic, like it's a blood magic plus almost kind of thing, and I had it where the Grandmasters would change from like straight DPS, Condi DPS, and then another one was like something like boon support or something. You know, I don't know. I always feel like they really have that opportunity of doing that, where they give more role options. You know, right now as the Spectre, for example, I can opt into doing a boon alacrity with like a minor condition damage, or I can go full on condition damage if I wanted to, you know, and you know, I have that option as a Spectre based on which traits I use, right? And I think that like they need to utilize those traits a lot more and really use them, because the trait system is interesting, but they make it boring by not doing any of that. So I think, anyways, I think they could do a lot more if they actually looked at it. Like having certain weapon skills just do something different, you know, like just be something completely, you know, just change it up, interact, and they have these different systems in the game, but they don't like interact with each other very much. Like I said, with the scepter, you know, the scepter ability on the necro, the trait that they have, where it turns it from like a single target thing to like an AoE, right? And you do like an AoE version of that attack, and that's really cool. I love that. I love that concept. It'd be so cool. And like I said, there's certain things where they can do that without having to even touch the weapon, and it would improve the weapon by so much, you know. I don't know. There's a lot of little things that I would change. Like I recently made that like improvements video, and there's a lot of stuff that I talk about on there where, you know, I talk about the poison update that I would like to see, and the like weapon updates that I would like to see, and what other stuff? I had like I feel like I had like so much on there. Oh, the like underwater traits that I had on there, underwater traits and templates and stuff. There's a lot of different things that I'd love Arena to look at. Because they have really, you know, they always take the time to really think through and make these really intricate systems in Guild Wars 2 that are really cool, but they don't use it to the full extent that they have, you know? It's like, come on, take that to the next level. Like, don't waste your time on making another new system, but use the systems you have already. Yeah, but we'll see what updates and changes they're gonna make over the next few months. I'm really curious to see what's gonna be, because I will point this out again, and this might have been a typo / mistake by ArenaNet, but they did say, and I will point this out again, and I might be misreading it, but they literally put in the blog post that for every quarterly profession update, they're gonna be doing weapon updates, skill up. Hold on. I don't want to get this wrong. So let me look exactly on what the blog post does. Okay, it's the studio. Full steam ahead. Was it in the full steam ahead? No. Profession updates. Okay. They say, in addition to the number of tweaks that you're used to seeing, the team will be revisiting some underpowered and underused weapon skills, traits, or utilities for each profession and each profession update. So that means that, as far as I read this, every single profession will have some kind of underused trade line, weapon skills, or utility skills, some kind of something, but each profession will have them. So they're not going to be like, oh, today is going to be the day that we're looking at the engineer rifle, but it's going to be like, we're going to do the engineer rifle, we're going to do the banner for the warrior. It's going to be the banners for the warrior. So it's going to be each profession is going to get something with each update. Okay, so we already know of two. We know what they're doing for the Rangers, which is going to be spirits, and we know what they're doing for the Warrior, which is going to be the banners. Okay, we already know that that's probably going to be these profession changes that they're going to make. Okay, so but that means we still have 7 other classes that are going to get some kind of update. You know, if I'm reading this correctly, because they're saying it for each. There's going to be something. So they're going to look at maybe like, you know, like I said, engineer, they could be looking at a rifle, right? They could change that. But it's like they say for each profession update every quarter. So that seems like a lot of work. That seems like a huge undertaking for me. But that's how they worded it. That is not my words. This is me literally reading it off of the thing. So I hope they didn't like I hope they don't go back on that, where they do it maybe for the first one, but then the second one they don't do that anymore for, where it's not every single one. Or like, you know, maybe they do it for the first like year, for the first 4 sets, right? And then they go back to like, okay, well, we've done enough changes, so now we go back to it. Like, I want them to like, okay, I don't care. Go back to there's so many skills and so many mechanics and so many elite specializations that you can change something for every class, for every profession update, I think, for years to come. And even if they say, let's say like 2 years from now, oh, we have done, you know, because that's going to be 12 sets of profession updates, right? So it's like they have done 12 changes to every single profession. maybe go back to something you've already done and maybe say, okay, these changes weren't good and we're gonna completely change that back up again to like something completely different. I don't know, maybe I'm asking for too much, but this is what they said, so I don't know. And I like to give I like to give people the benefit of the doubt most times. And I think with the leadership change at ArenaNet, that is something that's definitely going to happen for a while now, at least. Ah! My poor Godzilla. As far as I understand it, I will say, as far as I understand it, other MMOs do very frequent updates to a lot of stuff. But the issue also is that a lot of other MMOs have much bigger teams. We could look at Final Fantasy, for example. I don't know how often they do it. Class changes. Well, they did. I don't know. Maybe we could actually phrase it. How many times does Final Fantasy 14 do updates? Is it profession updates or classes updates or no? Oh, okay. Job classes, major job class. Do major job class updates. How often does it get updated? Every 3.5 months. Every 4 months. So these are updates in general. These are huge patches in general. I don't know if this includes, but as far as I understand it, they do it like every major update has something for classes. The thing, and I will go back kind of to what I said earlier, the thing is that ArenaNet does that as well. ArenaNet does, with every major update, with major releases, with everything, they always do class, like profession, like whatever you want to call it, right? So there's a couple of things we'll talk about here in a second, but with what you just said, because I don't disagree, but there's a lot of stuff I want to talk about with that. Where, you know, they do those updates, but like I said before, they, you know, with every major update, they do updates, but they're just so insignificant. Like I said, they do like, oh, the power coefficient from 1.1 to 1.2. That's going to make the ability feel so much better. And it's just like, no, it's not, ArenaNet. Like, you're really not doing shit, right? It's just like that one ability that they gave to the water line that does 1 damage. Like, that just feels bad. Why would you do that? Like, at least leave a little bit of damage on there. You know, so it's like, I think the frequency is there, but the like, not density, but the impact that those changes, the impactfulness of those changes is just not there. Where I think other MMOs make those changes, but they make like huge significant changes where they really look at skills and they're like, yeah, this skill doesn't even exist anymore, we replace it with this skill. Like, I see that all the time in other MMOs where, like, if I ever see like update notes where they literally talk about like, oh yeah, this skill has completely changed. And they go back, a lot of MMOs go back and they look at specific, you know, elite specializations, so to say, or whatever that would be translated to in the other MMOs. No, come back here. Come to me, please. Kill that big spider. And they make much more significant changes much more often, but it's also because they have a bigger team. Now, to talk about the growth, I think we'll see a huge increase of players once the Steam release comes out. The issue that ArenaNet has with growing their team, as well as just growing the game in general is that there's a couple of things, actually. First of all, it's the bad management they've had. I think it's pretty apparent to all of us that a lot of stuff has been mismanaged over the last few years, including having like 3 big projects that were like we weren't even told about, that had never even surfaced, that we don't even know what they were. We only see like pictures and images of that and whatever else, you know, and it's like, you know, ArenaNet keeps everything. They're not very transparent in the stuff that they do, and they never have been. And I think it's something that is a flaw. Like, you know, with them, it's always like, you know, soon, and it's on the table, and like all this stuff, but it's never anything concrete, right? And they recognize that. With that blog post they recently did that I just read off, they literally said, we want to be more transparent. We want to tell you guys about more stuff that's going on at the studio, that's going on with the game, what we're looking to do, what we're doing in the future. And I think they put their best foot forward by actually telling us that there's a 4th expansion coming, which is something that they would never do beforehand. They would never do that. They would like literally look at Path of Fire. Path of Fire was announced a month before it released. Yes, there was leaks about it, but that wasn't intentional, right? But they never told us about that. It's like, how are you going to get us hyped, or how are you going to get support for your game if you can't even talk about the things that are going on? Oh yeah, the announcement trailer. That's fine. Goes to Path of Fire announcement trailer. The announcement was done August 1st, was the expansion announcement, August 1st, and the release was September 22nd. So almost 2 months. I will say almost 2 months. 2 months. That's all it was. That's all we knew about Path of Fire coming out. We knew 2 months in advance. They literally told us. It was Mike O'Brien at the very end of that. You can even watch that announcement trailer. And they literally, he's like, oh, and you guys think you have to wait like another year for this. Haha. Or no, I don't think he makes a joke out of it. He literally is like, and when might you be able to play that? Actually, it's not that long. It's going to be in September 22nd. And it's like, what? We were all like blown away. We knew, like I said, from the leaks, like all the people that, you know, the content creators, the people that are involved on Reddit, you know, like all the stuff, like people knew that there was an expansion in the works only because of the leaks. But it's like, we were like, what? This is coming out in like 2 months? I'm like, holy crap. Yeah, 2 months. It's like, how are you going to get your community hyped, right? They learned from that mistake. They literally are like, right now they're like, okay, well, we have an expansion in the works, but it's going to be like 4 or 5 years until it comes out. Well, that's how you do it. Well, and that actually, you know, that's really interesting that you say that, because it actually brings me to my other point, which is that other MMOs have a gear treadmill, which Guild Wars 2 does not. So growing the player base for Guild Wars 2 is so hard because you can't retain those people. People, you know, yes, it is shitty that we like, it is nice to have horizontal progression in the game. It's nice because you can always come back in 2, 3, 4, 5 years and your characters are still going to have the best gear possible in the game. But the problem is it doesn't retain the people because they don't have to constantly go through and, let's say, you know, Strikes is the new end game. If we had a gear treadmill, you would have to run those for all your characters over and over and over and over again in order to get all the gear that you need, right? You don't have to do that in Guild Wars 2. And that's something that's a good thing as well as a bad thing, because you're not retaining those hardcore players. So it's really hard to get people to stay, especially the hardcore players, because they get bored of it. You know, they run the content and then they do everything that's in the game, that has been in the game, and they're done, right? And they're just like, okay, I'm running this over and over again for fashion. Like, I don't really, you know, whatever. Most of those people don't necessarily care about fashion. You know, they care about, you know, getting the best gear or getting better gear or whatever, right? It's like once they get legendary armor, what's there to do? Nothing, because you can wear it on all your characters. You know, you have the legendary wardrobe. So there's no gear progression for them whatsoever. Even if they get a new character, once they get that to 80, they can just dress it in legendary gear. They don't, you know, so the progression system is a little bit of a detriment. And I think that's why, you know, I look at the mastery, and we're at 437. That's what I have. I think 440 something is that, or no higher than that, because I'm missing these right now. But you know, it's like the mastery system, I feel like, was supposed to substitute that, where it's like, oh, this is not horizontal progression, you know, this is vertical progression, but it's not in the way that you play the game, but it's in the way that you maybe interact with the world or traverse the world or whatever. But it's so easy, and it's not per character. Like, I honestly think that mastery should be per character. I think so. I think they really should make it that way. Where, like, okay, maybe unlocking the turtle doesn't have to be per character, but like leveling the masteries for it should be. You know, I think so. Well, and that's the thing. Once you're done with them, you don't think about them. I finished my Path of Fire once in the first week. Okay, that's not including the Griffin. I didn't do the, like, I did get the Griffin as soon as I was done with Path of Fire, but you know, I leveled those immediately, and then I never looked back, right? And it's like, it's kind of like, okay, you have this whole system that you could have something akin to a vertical progression, but there is no reason for it, because it doesn't, you know, once you level that up, it's just done anyways across all characters. Well, but you know, I'm, because the thing is that it's hard to explain, because I'm trying to like satiate the hardcore MMO players that play like 10 hours a day. You know what I mean? Those people that are always online, that are constantly playing. They look for other games to play, because they're just like, they kind of get bored of it, you know? And it's like, I feel like the masteries, you don't need to have all of your masteries unlocked on all of your characters all the time, because, like, you know, you might have a character that does something very specific. Like, you might have a PvP character. They don't need any masteries unlocked, right? So it's just like, okay, if you don't have them on that character, it doesn't matter. You don't need it on that character. It doesn't matter. Or you have a character that's doing you know, that's doing, let's say, jumping puzzles. Like, you don't need any masteries on that. You can't use any masteries anyways from that affect your jumping puzzleness in any way, you know? I mean, you know, I see that point. I do agree with that. So maybe that's, but I also think that the mount masteries were really lazily done, because that, you know, that is not what the mastery system is about. You know, the mastery system was about you know, doing something where you have some kind of progression that is not vertical, or that is vertical, that is not horizontal, and different ways to interact with the world, right? And honestly, a lot of those are just like really boring nowadays. They just don't feel good. I think there should be some kind of revamp to the mastery system, or, you know, they really need to look at that and maybe make it more interesting, I think. Well, yeah, but I mean, you also got to look at, like, do you, like, let's say you just had to level masteries on characters. Like, you don't have to get mastery points, but what about you have mastery points? The mastery points themselves are unlocked on your whole count, but actually leveling them, you would have to do on each character. That wouldn't be too hard, because if you play that character anyways, that's a goal for each character, right? That's a goal for each character to get good at, like, the mounts, for example, you know? Yeah, like World vs. World almost. Yeah. Where like, you know, I mean, it's like, are we talking about the ranks here, the ranking system or whatever? Because that's a count bound too. So I have that unlocked in every character. Well, but that's the, you know, that gives you like a reason to play the game though, right? Again, I'm talking about like giving more longevity to the players that play all the time, that have the time to really invest into, you know, at this point Guild Wars 2 has become like a fashion simulator, because all you do is, you know, we get our little tomes of knowledge. Where are mine? Right there. Tomes of knowledge, and you get your birthday tomes and stuff, and you can level characters instantaneously to level 80. Okay? There's no leveling involved anymore. Once you have done that, your masteries are done. If you have ascended gear, you can swap it between characters. If you have legendary gear, you can just like equip it, right? And it's like, then what's the point of having a character? It's just about making, like you see on my characters, I just dress them differently. That's all I really do with my characters. You know, they have all the same like builds and stuff. That's easily swapped now with templates on a click, right? So yeah. You know, so it's just kind of, I don't know, I'm trying to find something for the hardcore players that play all the time to give them a reason to maybe level all your characters, or level different characters or something. You know, I don't know. Obviously, this is just like me spitballing, and there's probably a lot of flaws in that thinking as well, but, you know, and again, I'm not a game creator, and I would never want to be a game developer, because, yeah. No, thanks. I wouldn't want to sit there and have to think about these things every single day of my life. I do this for fun, right? Doing this for a job would be so tedious. Screw that. But yeah, I don't know. It's just so. But I think that is a detriment to the longevity of the game, and the way of retaining players is the way that the leveling system and the mastery system is, where it's like all permanent. Like I said, I get a level 80 character, I get all of the benefits immediately. All of the benefits of being a level 80 character. I get all my masteries. Even when I'm leveling, I have all of my mounts. I can go on a sky scale and just like traverse the world, and I don't need to level. Like, that's not even an experience anymore in the game, you know? So, well, I appreciate that. Thanks. You know, so I don't know. So that's something where, again, we talk about growing the community, growing the games community. You know, it's in a detriment. It's going to happen. The Steam players, they're going to come in and they're going to play that game, and they're going to, you know, in a few years, they're going to be at the point where they have every class max level, and they have their masteries maxed out, and then a lot of them are going to leave the game. I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to get a huge increase, and that's going to just over time drop down. The way that they, you know, which has been a huge discussion on Reddit over the last couple of months, or since End of Dragons actually released, is the way that they do the Living World, which is, you know, per episode, and they don't have a big bundle, and it's not bundled with the expansions that they're tied to and stuff. That's definitely something ArenaNet needs to look at, and I think the solution there is obvious. Like, either bundle it with the expansion, or make it so that you know, it's like, I don't know, there's like different ways to do it. Like, make one mega bundle where you can get all of the everything, you know, you get all of the expansions plus the living world all together in one package or something, you know. There's different things that ArenaNet needs to look at for that, you know. So that does make sense, and that's exactly what I'm talking about, because we with the way the game is structured, we don't retain the hardcore players, so only the casuals stay. And those aren't, you know, the casual players aren't necessarily the ones that are spending money either, right? So it's kind of hard to grow ArenaNet as a company that works on the game, because they might not make as much money in order to say, hey, we're gonna hire like all these new people, we're gonna make it, right? I'm pretty sure the team that works on Final Fantasy is like four times the size. How big is the group of people that works on this? Final Fantasy 14 development team. Do we know how many people work there? How many devs work on that? Oh, really? The development team isn't even that big. People were telling me it's much bigger. So they have about as many as Huh. Okay. Yeah, actually, you know what? Well, and that's the thing, you know, it's like the issue also is that other MMOs, other big MMOs that Guild Wars 2 competes with, have bigger teams because they can afford to, because they have monthly stuff. Even if their stuff sucks, even if their updates suck, you know, and they're not making that much money, you know, or they're still making money. I'm sorry, they're still making money. Guild Wars 2 doesn't, you know, Arena doesn't really have that. I still retain my idea, and there's a video. I took a discussion, not a discussion, but like a rant about subscription model. There's a video on YouTube where this is actually a rant on a recent stream that we had, where I talked about how I think ArenaNet should have a subscription thing. So you know, I mean, there's a whole video that I made based like from a stream that I took. I cut it together. Talking about a subscription model, because I would love to see a subscription model. I would love to see it for the gem store. Give me a subscription. Give me an option to subscribe, because there's going to be people that are going to subscribe, and maybe they're not going to buy something that month, but maybe they're saving up for something big, or maybe they're going to say, no, I'm going to keep my subscription. Like, I think they're going to get a lot of like random money, like. I pay for Hulu. Like, just to give an example, I'm subscribed to Hulu, and I haven't watched Hulu in probably 2 years. I mean, obviously I keep it because there's other people on it, but I probably would have had it for a whole year before I thought about canceling it. But it's a whole year's worth of my money that they got that I didn't do anything with. You know, and I think it's going to be same for Guild Wars 2, where there's going to be people that are going to be subscribed, and they're going to be like, ah, you know what, maybe I'll keep being subscribed. You know, maybe I'll get something out of it. You know, maybe you know, because my idea was that they would get gems every month sent to them. You know, you subscribe for like $10, but you get like 800 gems plus like a bunch of other stuff every month. You know, and maybe they're gonna be like, oh well, you know, like in a year from now, I have 8,000 gems and I can buy like all the things. You know. No, and that's all it would be. No, and that was, if you watch that video, I talk about how it would just be convenience items from the gem store. This wouldn't be like extra experience points, this wouldn't be more damage, this wouldn't be like damage dealing items that you would get or whatever. Like, it wouldn't be anything like that. It would literally be it would literally be just having convenience items from the gem store, just gem store items, you know. One thing that I pointed out was some like they had it for End of Dragons, the supply drops. They have done, I think, like 3 or 4 supply drops where you buy it at a reduced price for the first week, and then every week it gets more expensive. But you buy it, and you get, over the next 4 weeks, you get something sent to you every week. You get something new sent to you, like something like that for every month, where like once a month you just get this little package sent to you, right? I think that those supply drops are, people go for them because they're actually a really good deal, because you get so much good stuff in those, and it's such a good price. Okay, and it's all digital stuff, you know what I mean? This is literally just like digital items. This doesn't cost ArenaNet any development time whatsoever, because they're going to be making those items anyways, right? They have people working on weapons and thrones to sit on, and miniatures and whatever other crap, gliders and mount skins or whatever. They have designers working on this all the time anyways. So maybe making those like you know, exclusive. For example, give me an exclusive mount skin for my turtle that is only available through subscribing until like a year from now. Only if you're a subscriber you can get, if you subscribe for just 1 month, you get the skin. okay? But you have to subscribe for a month at least, and you get the skin. And it's not available anywhere else until a year from that point, where they maybe change that for like another skin that they have, like another, you know, whatever other, you know, they get, then it's a roller beetle skin that you can get, right? And that's, you know, and then they make that other skin available in the gem store. And then they end up making money off of that anyways, because there's people that are going to be like, oh, well, I'm going to wait. You know, it doesn't have to be a year. It could be like half a year, 3 months. You know, every 3 months they put a new skin in there or something like that. And, or maybe reuse older skins that we haven't seen in a long time. Put those in there or something like that, you know? And, yeah, and you know, just, like, I would be subscribed all the time because I've already paid literally thousands of dollars. Like I wouldn't be surprised if I see that maybe I spend close to like $5,000-6,000 over the last 10 years. But I've gotten my enjoyment out of it. You know what I mean? I've played this game more than any other game I've ever played. Any other franchise. How do I get up there again? Forgot how to get up there. Okay, not like this. Maybe from up here. So I don't know, that, you know, that kind of was my idea for doing like a subscription model. There's a lot of different things that they could make it really interesting, and they don't have to have it be the same every month. They could literally make it where like 1 month they do this, and 1 month they do that, and 1 month it's different, and 1 month it's that, and whatever. They can always change it up, but you know, I just avoid the eggs. Okay. Avoid the eggs. So, but they would make a lot of, I think they would make a lot of income from people just subscribing to it, because, you know, this is also another thing. So when you look at certain things, let's look at something, for example, that's, right here. Let's look at this, for example. They have this all the time, the Unbound Magic, or the other one, which is the, well, what is this? Gaining this tool unlocks the ability to gather unbound magic. Oh, that's if you don't have like Living World unlocked, I guess. You need that item, I guess. I'm not sure. The volatile magic, right? They're the same price, I'm pretty sure. But I would be, right, as a player maybe. I have the unbound one. I don't have the volatile one. But you know, as maybe someone, let's say someone that doesn't have that much money. Right, they maybe only get like $10 a month to spend, and you know, and they like every month they buy themselves something. Let's just say, right, or like a kid that has an allowance, and they, you know, they say to themselves like, oh, I'm gonna spend $10 in the game that I like every month, right? They would never really look at this because they would be like, well, I can't afford that. That's more than $10. But let's just say you get 800 gems for subscribing every month for $10, and you wait 4 months of like, you know, you get the 800 gems and you get other items, right? You wouldn't just get the gems, you would get like other little convenience items or whatever, blah blah blah, but you would get 800 gems. You could collect it, and then you would be able to put that on there, and you know, that's like a good reason to maybe be subscribed for 4 months, because you get all the other items on top of having the gems that you get. Like it's enticing because it would be a really good deal, and it would be a way to get more expensive items without having to spend $35, because that's like the only thing that you could possibly get right now, is you would have to spend $35 in order to get those, right? And spending $35 all at once is a lot of money for some people, but maybe $10 is okay, you know. So I don't know, it's just, you know, just random thoughts, random ideas that I have, and I think something that ArenaNet really needs to look at. It's just sad because I make those videos and they don't really get views, which I understand because I'm not, you know, I'm not big in the community, you know. People know of me mayhaps, but I don't have any pull. You know, I don't have like a huge following or anything, which is okay. I'm not whining about that, but I just wish that there's certain ideas that I have where I'm like, man, I wish some other bigger content creators would talk about those ideas, you know, and would maybe come up with their own stuff, where maybe ArenaNet would listen, you know, or maybe where the community could like, you know, gather behind and just be like, yeah, you know what, we support this, we want this to be a thing, because we've seen that when, you know, people complain on Reddit and the forums and stuff, that things change. You know, when, you know, and it has to be good criticism. It has to be good, you know, it has to be like constructive criticism. You know, if you give Arena a constructive criticism with good arguments, are you gonna attack me or not? Okay, you're gonna come over here, but not over here. Now you are. Okay. Weird. So, but that, you know, it's just that's why I want, you know, I try to be in everything that I do. I try to be constructive in the stuff that I talk about. All right, cool. Yeah, that's fun. But, you know, I try to be constructive in the way. I don't like to just sit there and bitch. You know, if I'm bitching about something, I'm like, well, at least I'm going to try to come up with some other solutions on what to do. You know, not that this really is that case of me bitching, but, you know, I'm coming up with other ideas. So I guess I'm just going to fight these wolves because I don't want to get the staff, because then I have to do, like, a bunch of different things with the staff. I'm just going to fight these wolves. Yeah. Go. And it does, right? The subscription always carries a negative connotation, but I think they don't have to call it a subscription, because it's not like a subscription. You know, you look at the top two, and it's World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy, which you must have a subscription in order to get, in order to even play the game. But they should just call it like a premium something, right? They should just have it something like all the other MMOs have, like Star Wars: The Old Republic has it. Even things like Lord of the Rings has it. Elder Scrolls Online has it, where you can subscribe every month and you get stuff. You get, you know, something every month, right? Out of that deal. With SWTOR, with Star Wars: The Old Republic, it's a little bit more where you actually get like to carry like more money and stuff. It actually has like not pay to win, but it's just like something where you really need a subscription in order to like fully enjoy the game. Obviously it wouldn't be something like that, but I was thinking they recently increased the material storage, for example, which I got that material storage upgrader, so I have now, you can see right there, 2,500. What if this is something that I said, what if while you're subscribed you get an extra 500 for, like, because they have an Elder Scrolls Online, they have where you get like you get the material bag where all of your gathered materials go into while you're subscribed. You have like a material bag, and then you can take out of it at any time, even if you're not subscribed. But if you're not subscribed, you can't put anything more into it. So you have to be subscribed in order to put stuff into it. And they could do the same thing here, where like they could increase it to 3,000, or like give you an extra 500 to the point where you could put an extra 500 of each of the materials in there. But then then you can, if you're not subscribed anymore, you can take out until you hit that level beforehand. Like for me, it would be 2,500 if I wasn't subscribed anymore. But it would be like a little bit of convenience, because for the people that like to make legendaries and stuff, having a big material storage would be kind of cool, you know, to be able to like just not have to worry about, you know, being full on something or whatever, you know. Just maybe that might be an enticing thing. I mean, it might not be the sole reason you're subscribed, but it would be an inconvenience thing, you know. Yeah, something like that. I think something like that. They don't have to like advertise it. You know, they like, I wouldn't want them to make like an ad for it, for example, like, because then people are gonna be like, oh, they're fucking sellouts, like they can't do it anymore, so now they're doing a subscription thing, you know, where they make like oh, you can now be a Blackline member, or, you know, black what did you say, Blackline VIP member, you know. Like, I wouldn't want them to make like a big deal out of it. Just like add it as an option, and don't really make a fuss out of it. Don't really you know, like
Truth
just
and knowledge are two different things.
can I have a staff? How do I get a staff? Because this is taking really long.
You there?
This guy, do you give me a
Use your
staff?
assistance.
You?
What could the script be up to?
Okay, so we have a staff now. So, but you know, it's just I'd really see. I can't even do anything with the staff because I got to use a skill and I'm not allowed to. So we're just gonna do this. Yeah, I don't know. So there's a lot of stuff that they could benefit from. When you look at, for example, older weapons, they could make because we have this. Another thing, they have the right here, the vintage back lion weapon box, for example, where you can get, you can get an old one out of the, one of the old black lion weapons, right? They could have it where, like, once a month you get one of those boxes and you get one of the old sets, right? I mean, I feel like that wouldn't necessarily cost them anything, but it would be just another way for them to utilize the stuff they already have in the game. I don't know, there's like a bazillion ways that they could make this. A bazillion different ways that they could make it. They could add a title. For someone that's subscribed, you're able to get a specific title. Blackline VIP member. Whatever, right? There's so many different things. And they could have it, for example, because they have that title, the extra life, which is blue. They could have it be like a golden, like a shiny, like it's shimmering or something, like a title that has like some kind of effect to it, right? And that's only because you're subscribed. It doesn't add anything to the game, and I don't see it because I don't have. Who has their name activated? Not very many people have their own name tag on, right? So it's not something that, but it's something you can show off, and you're like, I'm subscribed. I'm a subscriber. I'm cool. What about it? I don't know. It's like random ideas. Random ideas. I wonder if they're gonna do something for that for Steam. I don't know. They're gonna just sell the game on Steam. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know, I just come up with ideas and I get disappointed because I feel like ArenaNet just doesn't think about certain things. Like, they don't even take it. I don't know, that's coming up soon, isn't it? I have no idea what they've done armor sets, they have done weapon sets, they have done, what, didn't they do back piece? Yeah, they did back pieces, the racial back pieces. We're gonna get an we have an infusion. Oh my god, we have an infusion. What are they gonna do then? I don't know. I was like, oh, they're gonna do infusion. I'm like, we have an infusion. I don't know, was it? Was the 10-year cool? I don't know. I don't remember. There's a birthday infusion. I don't know which of my characters has it. I would show it to you. There's a Guild Wars. No, there is. It's the little that has little fireworks. I want to say I think it's on. Is it on this guy? Yes, that's the one. Wasn't that a birthday one? I'm pretty sure that was a birthday one, wasn't it? What is the other armor set on this guy? No. Leave me alone. This was my white mage outfit. Leave me alone. Why must they do this? I forgot what it's called. It's in the. It's an enrichment. Okay, this doesn't have any. Maybe he doesn't have it. Who would have it? This guy? I'm really curious. I'm like, I know I have it. You can actually, once you unlock it, you can buy another one. I think the fractal vendor has one you can buy. I want to know now. I'm so curious. Oh my god, am I having the loading problem? So when you load too fast, that's what happens. I think I might just have fucked myself here. Hold on. My wheels are turning, but it's not happening. Okay, well, I can't do anything. Gotta restart the game. People hate the new launcher. A lot of people have been hating on the launcher. I like it. It's pretty. But that's my own idea. Alright. I guess I gotta wait until the characters actually load and then load in. Because otherwise the game's just like, nope. Oh my god, I forgot I was doing Chalice of Tears. Oh my god, I'm dying. Does this character have it? That's an enrichment one. It's not there. Listen, I cannot find it to save my life right now. I know, that's like the worst way possible to log into a character. It's driving me nuts. I need to find this. Who has it? This is the issue with having so many different characters. Does he have it? I remember having it on a Guardian at some point, but because I was maining my Guardian, but the guy that I logged into earlier, I mained him when I got it. I remember that, so I had it on him for a while. Nope, it has the World vs. World thing on it, and he doesn't have another armor set. He was my main during season 3. I made Frostfang with him. Oh, the sparkles? What are you talking about? Have an item that doesn't have a stat on it? I don't know. Okay. That has a magical thing. Do I have another set? I have a Plague Doctor set on this character? With no accessories? I have no idea where that came from. Which one? Which character? This character? My on fire character? It's not here? I was so sure it was on this character. Well, this is from the back piece. This is the back piece right here. The moon back piece gives you all these little sparkles. And I've colored them as the... yeah, that moon back piece is really cool. This is my healing set. It's a full ascended healing set on my on my mesmer. Judge me. It's fine, you can judge me. Okay, goodbye, we're logging out. I wish it was an actual, well, great. I mean, I was kind of, I don't know what I was doing with fashion here. I can't believe that I don't know where it is. Does he have it, my Vindicator? I'm judging. That's okay, you can. I don't use that healing set. It's not good.
I'm done with this.
Yeah.
Like cowards.
Yeah.
Now we're withering away.
I feel the need to do that every single time.
Oops. Okay, stay calm. Here's the thing. It worked. Sorta. We've summoned something. Not Hanuku. Shocking.
What did I try to do here?
Let's just
That
find
fashion
the
actually looks
beast.
kind of cool.
Your summonings are so inept. How powerful could...
I was trying to do like a healing set on this. I actually like this. Looks pretty cool. I like the like color that I use for it. That's pretty cool looking.
To banish it.
Yeah. Oh, this is the healer. I made a Revenant healer.
Do you even
I was like, what the hell is this? The Revenant healer.
Just hope we can all find it
Cause there's a lot of like healing stuff you have on Saint Victor.
I need you to live.
So I made like a. You can make like a cool healing thing. And that's full Magi's, I want to say. No, it's Harriers. This is Harriers. It's a full Harrier set that I have. Healing Rev, yeah. I wish that Ventari was better, but I had a whole rant about that as well. I cannot, is it... This is my original character. This is my second character ever made. I had a character during the 3-day head start that I deleted. It was a thief Sylvari, I remember, and I didn't like him, so I ended up deleting him and making an Elementalist. This is that character. This character has gone through a sex change, used to be female, as well as a whole bunch of other changes that I've made over the years, but this is what this character is. And then I made him look like a blue mage from Final Fantasy, so there you go. And blue mages use canes, so I tried to use like a short staff that almost looked like a blue mage cane, but there you go. Yeah, healing rev is a thing, but is it good? I don't know. I haven't really tried it out, so this is driving me nuts. I tell you what. Maybe I deleted it accidentally. I thought it was on the Mesmer. I really thought I put that on the Mesmer, but I know I was moving a bunch of my. Oh yeah, I was in Chalice of Tears here as well. I gave up on doing it on my Mesmer, and then I did it on this guy. I love Spectre. Spectre's super fun. Does he have it? This is my magey looking. This is supposed to be like a shadow mage looking character with the seven Reaper stuff. And then this is my demon hunter. He looks really close to my other guy that I have that looks like that, but he actually double wields those pistols, the crossbow pistols. So it's really cool to use him. Really like him. Yeah. Is that on? No. Wow. I cannot believe that I do not know what character this is on. This is embarrassing. This is really bad. I really want to know. Like, I'm so curious to know which character has this. I'm going through all these characters now. I'm just trying to think. Maybe Lavitz? Maybe Lavitz has it? I have a feeling I have that on a really, really random character, and I don't remember. Yeah. No, he only has one set. Oh, there's a hammer? What is the set? Oh, grieving? I have a grieving set? Dude, I have so many characters that I don't know what the hell I even have on these characters. Oh my god. But yeah, this was the character where I have only one sword right here. Just like a sword. And yeah, you can literally do like 13,000 damage. So, I really wanted to make a video about the like the Malik's plate, the thing that I had where I'm like the easiest build ever. Like, you don't need another build if you're a beginner. You just use a Revenant and do that. So I've looked at all those. I don't think she has it. She's one of my oldest characters though too, so she might have it. Oh my god, I can't believe I lost this fucking... It's an enrichment. I know it is. And she has a cleric set. Whatever. With no accessories. None of them have accessories. Maybe my druid has it. At this point, any of my 27 characters, 26 characters can have it. Oh, it might be in their inventory too. Nope. Might have deleted it at some point. I don't know. This was supposed to be my shaman look. Does it look like a shaman? Supposed to be like a nature magic, like shaman, like, oh, spirits of the wild, you know, of the outdoors, like he summons them or something. I don't know. It's a it's a berserker. It's a powered DPS druid with a staff die. So I thought that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool fashion, wasn't it? I don't know who that is. I'm not well versed in those. I'm running out of characters where I'm like, oh, this could be it. Really am. I don't think any of these characters have that. I don't play any of them often enough for me to say that. So what I'm gonna do is, let me go in here. Oh, okay. I can look. Hold on. Let me look up. Radagast the Brown. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I totally see it. Okay. There's like the first picture that pops up is him like being a super shaman-y, like with a stick, and like there's a. Is there like a? There in the picture earlier it was like. Oh no, it was just like a big stick. It's okay. Yeah, I totally see what you mean though. Yeah. He's like a nature guy. Radagast the Brown. He's a poopy man. He pooped himself.
Tetra. Since our retreat north, everyone's exhausted.
It'll be days before the siege turtles are ready for battle.
You do well to secure this gate.
You're not here as an advisor, so you do well to secure your mouths.
It's worse than that. Void is even affecting our communication. With the spirits.
Maybe they're thankful to finally get some peace
I want to hear this. I'm sorry.
Tetra, I fear we are on our own.
If you're looking for work, outsider, there are plenty of fortifications that...
Void! And more than this gate can hold!
Ritualist, if you cannot summon help now, we are finished.
You might as well summon a gentle breeze, because your spirits are nothing compared to brute force.
Oh, and then the dialogue, like, holds up for the gentle breeze. Got it. Okay. Because I've never heard the beginning thing. You know, the thing is, I've done, like, giveaways and stuff, and, you know, people like certain items, and, man, I really love that moon backpack, right? I love that mask, too. Yeah. I would love to do a giveaway for that, but I'm gonna go in here because I'm pretty sure... And I haven't done fractals in months, literal months. What do you want from me? Daily gathering. Okay. I get so much crap out of this. Unbelievable. Look at all the stuff that I'm getting. Look at all the items. Look at all the things that I have that I don't do anything with. Open all of that. Eat that. Eat that. Deposit everything. So much crap. You haven't done fractals in that long? Wow. So I think, was it the Laurel Merchant? Oh, I didn't know you could buy these. Huh. So short it's in here. Celebratory birthday enrichment. It's right there. I have one in my bank, it says. What? There's one in my bank? When did that happen? Where are I? Don't look at my bank. There it is. Look at this bank. So much garbage here. I can't even handle it. Gives me anxiety. I'll just walk away from it. I'm gonna equip this real quick. I'm gonna equip that to it. Let's put on a plain outfit for a second that doesn't have any. And let's turn off the back piece as well. So, oh, and turn off this. So as you can see, the birthday has just the little confetti coming out of you. And there's like this thing coming off, and when you pull your weapon out, there's like fireworks that come out. And sometimes you'll get one, you can get one firework, 2 fireworks, or 3 fireworks. So it's always different depending. Oh, see, we got 3, and then you get like a logo when you get 3 of them, I want to say. So, we got 3, and we get the Guild Wars 2 logo. Guild Wars 2 logo, but it can be kind of annoying when you do that. Because it's like above your head, and when you're in the middle of battle, see, we got 1 there. 2 there, so. Yeah, when you get that big one in the middle of battle, and you have the symbols coming out, it's really annoying, actually, so. Not a fan when that happens, honestly. So that's why I don't have it. But it gives you 15% karma, which is pretty nice. You know, but with everything else, I'm not a fan. As you can see, I don't have that many shiny skins. You know, everyone is always like 300 infusions with like the shiniest of back pieces, plus whatever shiniest weapon they can put. I don't like that. I like a little bit more subtle stuff. You know, so that already is like annoying to me, you know, so. And then it gives that back to us. So. No, I like it a little bit more subtlety, where, you know, we have little sparkles in the back. That's it. That's all I want. I mean, that's just, you know, that's just how I feel. I know there's people that love their shininess, that love their, like, disco ball infusions, and they have you know, every single one of them, every single one of those people have their what's that back piece, the ad infinitum or whatever it's called, from the fractal back piece, right? They're all wearing that, and it's just like, ugh, so lame. They all look the same because they all use the same infusions and the same stuff, and I'm just like, you, sir, are an eyesore. But it's also because ArenaNet, you know, Guild Wars 2 as a game promotes that, right? That's all the best stuff. That's all the end game stuff. Is all the infusions. So you want to go for that? It's like, oh, no. A little bit of shiny is fine. And like I said, I do have, you know, I do have legendaries, and I do use my, like, my, you know, I have like my Aurora. I like the little orbs above my head. You know, that's okay on some characters. I think that's kind of cool. But when you combine it with everything else, it's just like shiny, you know, making your skin look weird, and I'm like, oh god, I don't know. It's just, for me personally, I don't like it. And you know, I find it annoying as I walk by those characters. It's just kind of like, okay, why do you need to look like that? So. Glowy cape. There's a couple of glowy capes now. Oops. I mean, this one is fine by itself too, if you don't color too shiny. This one has like a cool swishy effect. I like those wings. Those are pretty nice. The dragon cape. We have the Starborn cape. Oh, that looks really tiny on Assyrian characters. It's actually interesting. It's much bigger on other ones. I really like the Lunatic Cord one because that's actually very subtle as well. The Forest Scout cape is pretty good. Starborn cape. This thing is like a fucking eyesore whenever people use that. Spellforged. I'm like, oh my god. I like this. Like this one was the Wild Magic one. I used that for a very long time because it's very neutral and it's not too irritating. This actually doesn't. It does actually not glow through your skin. You can't tell. But yeah, but that's right. That's yeah, exactly. That Spellforge is so obnoxious, especially on like a tall character, on a tall char character. Like, come on, dude. You know why? Let's give this guy. Wait, no. Who do we give a beer to? This guy? This guy?
You must visit more often.
Oh, I don't know. Tipsy.
Got something?
Okay, hold on. Let's try to do the.
Hello there.
Hello.
The spirits of the wild welcome.
Passed out drunk. Not allowed to use a skill, so I can't do that. Oh yeah, that's right. You can cheer on the tables. Well, but the thing with Oreen though also is that like everything is so shiny again. You know, you have that Oreen outfit which just screams shiny, right? She herself is like, you could call her shiny and it'd fit as her name, right? Because she's just like, what's her outfit? Oreen's champion of Oreen or something? Herald of Oreen. Like, that itself is already like so shiny. Add a bunch of infusions to it, it's like, ugh. And then you have even skins, right? You have the Oreen's champion like this, and then you have the hands that go with it. Like, it just screams shiny, you know, and it has that like weird warp effect around it as well. So even Oreen is like a little bit too shiny. Because I actually did one time, I had a character that I modeled like before all the Oreen stuff even became a thing, the prismatic stuff. This was when she was like during season 4 when she was adolescent, you know. I themed something after her and it was just like, I found it really obnoxious. So. But you know, I'm sure there's a way to make a subtle Oreen outfit, and I just wouldn't know how to make that.
You bring me something?
You bring me something. You could do something maybe with like a blue, because she was blue in her like adolescent stage, right, and her baby stage. There was a lot of blue colors, so you could do like a blue. What I would like to see is I would love to see a you know, and this is more for the people that like coordinate their looks and stuff. But how about a set of 3 characters that are like a champion of Oreen, but like a blue champion of Oreen, with like a purple champion of Glint and a green champion of Blast. That'd be really cool. Because like Blast is like a character I feel like got kind of shafted by the story. You know, there could be a lot more. There could have been a lot more with him as a dragon. And it would just be cool to think about like what champion he could have, you know? And like really dress someone up as like the champion of Blast. And like because you know, Blast crystals were like green and Glint were like purplish. That'd be cool. Yeah, and like Kralkatorrik are like, you know, you even have that back piece, the branded back piece. You could use that, which was one that was released fairly early, I want to say. Right here, the branded back piece. You know, and you could theme it after like a gray and purplish crystal looking thing, because that's kind of what he was, you know. And you could have this for Glints, because this was like kind of like, you know, you could have, because, you know, Glint is in the mist or something, you could have that as her wings, as that set, you know, in that set or whatever. And then you have Oreen wings, you know, where you could use that for doing the Oreen one in blue or something. Yeah, it's not the best. I mean, it's not the best branded back piece, but it, you know, or you have the holographic, the shatter, but that's not purple, that's holographic blue, so that doesn't really fit. If you could color that, that would be cool. But even so, I mean, you could take the Oreen ones and you could make them purple, right? You could color those purple and you could make it like super Kralkatorrik looking. Like if you put, I don't know, that has prismatic values to it in there, so it doesn't really work that well. I wonder what a Shadow Abyss looks like on that. Like that looks kind of Kralky a little bit, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to make other things work, so I'm not sure. Sadly, the older back pieces you can't color, so it kind of sucks. Archdemon ones. It doesn't have any crystal value on it though, so like crystal stuff with it. That sucks. I really like the Bone Skinner one. That's a cool back piece. I don't know. You know, there's a lot of different things you can do with it, honestly, but That'd be cool to see that. Really? Oh man. As soon as new ones come out now, I get them. Because I remember how many years I had to go with not being able to dye them, and just it's driving me crazy. Like, there's so many now that you can't dye, and it drives me nuts because I would use them if I could color them. You know, there's so many where I'm like, oh man, if that had a different color, like this one. I really love this Vigil one, the War Master pack. I really, really like it, but I don't have characters that this fits on really for like fashion, because I don't really use like a white or silver in a lot of things. So it's like, but I want to use that because the spikes are really cool, and it's super subtle, you know, it's super subtle, and it's not like blah like eye bleach, you know. Those are really cool too. These would make really cool engineer ones. Or even the wild magic back piece, making this a different color, the magic and on the back, that'd be really nice. You know, and then we got these, and then with this is when it started. Like even this one, I have the light binder blades. That's really cool. Like yes, it's a little bit shiny, it's a little bit big, but that's really cool. But you can't color those, so it's like. But you can color the glider pack for it, so it's like, yeah, and that's also another thing. Weapons, right? Guild Wars 1 had dyeable weapons. You could dye weapons in Guild Wars 1. Guild Wars 2, you can't do that. It sucks. I agree. I wish there was dyeable weapons. But Arena probably doesn't want to go down that route because they're gonna be like, well, great, we have to go back and change all of these, and they don't. They probably in the code don't have. This is underground. I need to find a way in there. I don't know where the entrance is. Oh, I missed that thing up here. And that. God, I'm so bad. I'm just talking, so I'm not even paying attention. There's a lot of things I miss about Guild Wars 2, or Guild Wars 1. Guild Wars 1's UI, being able to move every little aspect of the UI in Guild Wars 1. It baffles me to this day that they did not do that in Guild Wars 2. Why? Let me move every item of my UI. Let me move my health bar. I don't want it here. I want it up here. I don't, but I'm saying, you know, just having the ability to do that, right? Like, I don't know, so many different things. It's like, let me move my dodge bar, or my even like my pet menu. I want that somewhere else. My anything and everything. I want it all moved like this. Let me erase it from existence. So, yeah, I don't know. There's certain things where I'm like, ArenaNet, why wouldn't you do that? That's so silly. You had the system. You literally based Guild Wars 2, like you used a modified Guild Wars 1 engine. So the capabilities are there. It's not like, well, that's in the old engine. Well, that's not true. It's the same engine. Yeah, curated to the point where, like, I hate. Does anyone else absolutely despise, and I'll show it right now, this drives me nuts. Because if I'm fighting a big enemy, that is in my way at all times. Let me move this over to the side or to the left or wherever. Like, I would love to have that right here. The having targeted an enemy. Let me move this to the side, please. At least out of all the things, at least that. Because if I'm fighting a big enemy and the enemy's right here, lots of times that's in my way of the damage numbers or of like whatever mechanic is happening or whatever, you know, AoEs on the ground or behind them or whatever. Like get that out of the way. Why is that there? You know, it's like if I'm trying to click on it, I'm clicking on the portrait. I don't want to click on the portrait. This is stupid. I'm like, move that. Why is it there? Go away. That is something that's always bothered me. Always. And in every MMO, I always, because they always have these, I always move them out of the way. Or make it that they're not there. Because I get the need to have that. Like, I love the, you know, the info you get, level, the portrait. Like, that's cool. Do we really have AFK farmers here? What are they farming? Like this? Like this? Like top down? That's what everyone plays like. This. It's not a strategy game. It's an RPG to me. I get comments on this all the time on videos where they're like, oh man, the way you like play the game is like makes it look so much more fun. I'm like, it is, because you're playing like a strategy game when you do this. You know? It's just ugh. Don't like that. I don't know. Have you like never watched a video on YouTube ever for Guild Wars 2? What's this? Oh, what's this doll? And I'm not saying that condescending. What is this doll? What is that? A child surely would be looking for that. Alright, I don't know what this collection is, but I guess I have this item for it. Oh, I can get rid of that. What? Are you serious? I hate anything burnt. Does it taste like burnt? Like, because you say burnt Cheez-Its. So does it taste like... Oh, God, no. I don't know. From what I can tell, a lot of not necessarily like immediately top down, but they're just like very far away from your character, and then they try to have the ground, because there's a lot of like ground abilities, you know, there's a lot of like pointing stuff at the ground and stuff, so a lot of them will be like this, you know, they're not like top down exactly, but they'll be like this is how they play them. You know, this is no immersion to me. I'm reading text. It's literally names floating on a screen for me. There's nothing that like really makes it feel like a good game. Ugh. I don't like... Okay, first of all, Cheez-Its have an incredibly plasticky aftertaste to me, where it literally tastes like I'm eating like human garbage. It's weird, okay? And then if you make them burnt, no. We're gonna have burned on the stake for saying all of this. They're like, oh, everyone's like, oh my god, Raleigh hates Cheez-Its. Yeah, I don't like Cheez-Its, guys. I eat them if they're there, like if I'm like, oh yeah, a little snack, Cheez-Its, whatever, but they have such a weird aftertaste. Does anyone know what I'm talking about with that weird aftertaste? Like, someone agree with me on the weird aftertaste. They have a weird aftertaste, okay?
Quick, kill it!
Like, does no one know what I'm talking about? Where it's just like this weird, like, taste in the back of your throat. I like goldfish. Goldfish aren't as bad. Like, I feel like they're better than the Cheez-Its. I would eat those over Cheez-Its. Do I like them? Nah, not necessarily. I don't know.
Now, what can we deduce about their contraption from the debris? Congratulations, sir. You appear to have
Or consume with like a lot of Coke so you can cover that aftertaste. Dude, the real American way.
What?
Eat Cheez-Its with Coke. What do you drink with it? Coke? Don't say Diet Coke. Every time you say Diet Coke, I want to just punch something. What is happening here? Oh, is that like a flag that goes... What is that? What is that, guys? What is this right here? What's happening there? Is that on the other ones too? Oh, there's a chain. There's a chain that comes off of it, and there's a lantern that hangs on it. But ArenaNet thought it would be cute to just put it close to the ground and not have that chain show. So that's very, Exactly, right? No, I'm just kidding. No, how would I have? Because they look down like this. I would have never seen that. Right? I would have never realized, like, I would have never even seen that little dildo hanging out. It looks like a dildo, okay? It looks like one of those suction cup dildos. You can, whatever. Anyways, we're moving on. We're done. We're done here. I'm just gonna make these flags a thing. Suction cup dildo. What are you doing, ArenaNet? What are you making here? What else can we do in this? Can I collect the metal? Raise flags, fight off Jotun, gather scrap metal bars. What do I do with them though? Oh. Right here. Place it in the barrel. Place it in the barrel. Right in the barrel there. Oh my god. That's the real American way. I mean, I'm the same way. Like, I forgot what they're called. I talked about them the other day at work, and people were like, oh yeah, I kind of know what you're talking about. The only, like, thing, like, chips, snacks kind of thing that I eat now, like in the, you know, that you'd consider, like, in the chips department, are these, they're almost like, they're like these, what are they called? It's gonna drive me nuts. They come in a blue pack, and they're these, like, what are they called? I can't think of them. They're like white cheddar, and they're like triangle shaped. Oh my god. Popcorners is what they're called. Oh my god, I cannot believe that white cheddar blue pack triangle shape actually pulled up exactly what I needed on Google. That is fantastic. But I eat the popcorners, the white cheddar versions. No. Oreos, really? This is so funny. Oh, I forgot that one still. I need to go back. Yes, exactly. Well, the ones that I don't know how many flavors they have. Walmart, I only ever see the sea salt ones, and then which are like they're like a green. They're more like a turquoisey green almost, like a seafoam green is what they look like. And then they have the like light blue pack, which is the white cheddar. And I tried the sea salt ones, but they're kind of weird. I don't know. I'm not huge on those. But I do like the white cheddar ones, and those are like the only ones that I eat now. And I can literally eat a whole bag in one go. They're so addicting and so delicious. It's really bad. Like, I'll eat a whole. What did I eat today? That was a whole. Oh, I ate a whole pizza today. That's all I ate. It's like 2,500 calories later. I ate a whole pizza. I was so hungry. I was like, But yeah, I don't know. I used to be huge on like a lot of different snacks, like combos. Someone brought combos to work the other day, and they were the pizza kind, and I was like, oh my god, those are the best. Those were so good. I used to live on combos. Like, my mom would buy them for me all the time. She's like, here, I bought you. I'm like, okay. Eat the whole bag in one go. I will tell you guys, I can't buy candy, and I can't really buy any of that stuff anymore because I have no self-control. I will eat the entire thing in one go. Like, I used to buy bags of Twix, but I would eat the whole bag in one go, which is so bad for you. Oh, that is the real American way. Are you kidding me? Pizza's... Yeah. Oh, a whole pizza, that's the real American way. I'm such a fatty when it comes to it. I'm trying to practice my virtuoso rotation. I literally do 6k damage just by auto-attacking. No boons or buffs at it. Yeah. Virtuoso is pretty good. Virtuoso's pretty good. So now if you do a proper rotation, you should be able to do like over 20,000 damage. I don't know. I'm throwing out a number. But I think it's possible. You can do it. I'm just not good with rotations. I'm just not good with rotations. I wish I was, but I'm not. I'm not. So I like something that's very easy on rotation. Like Bladesworn, anything that's off cooldown, just press the button. That's why I like Bladesworn. And then when your Dragon Slash is up, get it up. Wait until you get a full set, and then just use your one attack. Boom, that's it. That's all you need to get. Like, I got the other day with I think it was like with everything proper, and I'm not that great at rotations, and I didn't have like a super proper setup. I got to like 18,000 in damage, like 18K on the golem. So I was like, that's pretty good. I think that's a pretty good DPS rotation if I get like 18,000 in there. Yeah, I just, the worst one to me was the Mirage one. Oh God, no. Because it's so, you have to like press everything at the right, or Chronomancer one, the Chrono DPS. It's like you have to push every button at the right time, in the right sequence, in the right order. If you don't, you lose like 5k DPS. It's insane. It's like I tried to do it. It was actually it was at the end of one of my streams, before End of Dragons came out a few months ago. It's horrible. I was just like, nope, this is never gonna work. This is never, ever, ever gonna work. So I'm just not that good at it. And the person that was helping, Danny, he's a big advocate for like anything Mesmer endgame. So he really wanted me to get like into it, and I told him, I was like, I can't do it. And he's like, yeah, you can. I'm like, no, my brain won't let me. It's like I'm too like, I get too like, you know, because it's just like, I don't know. I like it simple. I really want Spellbreaker to be good though. Like I love using Spellbreaker in PvE. I love using Double Dagger. Like it's so weird. So I really want them to like look at that and make Spellbreaker great. But like even in PvE. But 20k is really good. 20k is really good. They'll let you go into anything. Like raids, fractals, everything. You can do anything. Do you raid? Because I know you said like you haven't done fractals in a long time. It's like maybe eventually I'll get into raiding. I mean, now that I have a really like, you know, Bladesworn being a really easy DPS setup, I might be able to do that. And I have my Spectre as an Alacrity. Like I have an Alacrity setup, so it would be either of those things that I would do for raids. But yeah, I don't know. Well, that's still okay. That's still decent. I think that, you know, as someone that's only done a little bit of raiding and a little bit of, you know, I've done strikes and stuff, but I think the more important thing is to really do mechanics and like really pay attention to that. Because if you get like downed, or if you, you know, if you get like knocked back or knocked down or whatever, right? You're not doing DPS and you immediately get like a DPS loss. So really paying attention to mechanics is more important than anything, I want to say. Exactly. That's exactly right, you know? It's like I play the game to have fun. So I really, I enjoy just, I want to enjoy the game, right? And I want to enjoy it to its like fullest. So I play stuff that's fun to me, right? And Bladesworn is really fun to me because I love seeing those big damage numbers. When I got like 219,000 damage on Suwon the other day, I was like, oh my god. I was like, this is better than an orgasm. Like, that's fun to me. You know, I'm just like, yeah. Oh god, I hate this hard. I'm just gonna fight Naga. Or Crate. Sorry, they're Crate. Well, to me, it goes back to the like whole simple concept of people play video games to get away from the real world and to get away from all the troubles. Why would I create the same scenarios where I'm like, you know, at work, for example, someone might have to like meet a certain quota on sales or whatever, right? Why would I create that same scenario for myself in the game that I play? You know, some people might get fun out of that, but I feel like a majority of people don't get really fun out of that. But yeah, that was really good. I mean, that was a really good stream, and that was a really good I don't know, that was really fun to do that stream, you know, and to finally get Suwon. And I haven't gone back and done anything. I've been working a lot this past week, and then like I said, I didn't, you know, yesterday I was working all day. Today I was sleeping all day because of working all day yesterday. So I haven't gotten anything done. And I've been doing Legend of Dragoon, you know, because we're almost done with it, and I'm really hyped for it. I'm really hyped for the other stuff that I'm gonna be doing. Trying to get closer to yeah, I mean, you know, everyone finds their own way to, you know, that's why it's nice to have those elite specializations, because realistically what it should be is, you know, 27 classes, 27 different ways of enjoying the game, and everyone has to find their like own way of doing that, you know. It's like, and you can enjoy multiple ways, you know. And I like doing, that's why I have so many different characters, because again, I enjoy so many different characters. So I kind of want to find a main though. You know, I set that Spectre as my main, and I do enjoy Spectre, but it's really boring to play. I don't know, something about it is like really boring, and I am disappointed with the Shroud skills, because every time I am in Shroud in Spectre, it doesn't feel like I'm really that impactful. Like, I don't want to go into Shroud because I feel like I don't contribute as much as I am out of Shroud. It doesn't feel so like when I'm in when I play Reaper, Necromancer Reaper, and I'm in Reaper Shroud, I'm really like, oh, shit's about to hit the fan, because I'm in Reaper and I'm gonna use all my abilities and I do like so much more damage. But when I'm in Shroud on the Spectre, I'm just like, oh, here goes my DPS, because it's not as strong as you know, like the regular stuff. So I don't know, we'll probably see some changes to that stuff as well. Okay, are they running away? Because yeah, I guess they're running away. Stay away. But I'm excited for the other playthroughs that I'm doing. Oh man, it's gonna be so exciting to play those other games. Specifically, I'm looking forward to Crusader of Senti. Like, Child of Light isn't bad, and I'm excited for that, but I'm really excited for Crusader of Senti, because that is a childhood game to me, and nostalgia hits hard, and the music is so good. Music is so good in that game. So yeah. Just pointing that out because we were just talking about it. Or I was talking about it. Do I have more mysterious plants or something that I can collect? Oh yeah, I'm gonna play through Paper Mario. The thing is that oh, there's another mysterious plant here. The thing with it is that so I want to do those on Sundays. I want to do Paper Mario on Sundays. The problem with it is that, or not necessarily the problem, but the thing with my Sunday stream is that I'm going to be doing Legend of Dragoon is almost done. Oh, we finished it. And again, no key. My God. Wow. That is really bad luck that I have on those keys, I will tell you. No, but the Legend of Dragoon, the very last, the end of the Legend of Dragoon, I want to stream. I'm going to be streaming that on Sunday. So I don't know if it's going to be this Sunday, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to that point where it's the end of the game, the last end game part I want to do on stream. So this might be coming on Sunday or the Sunday after that. Now, if I'm not doing this on Sunday or whatever, like every, you know, the Sundays that I'm not doing that, I'm going to be doing Paper Mario. So, yeah, oh man, super fun. And yeah, just, you know, I try to play like hidden gems, like stuff maybe that people aren't super familiar with. You know, even my playthroughs. The Legend of Dragoon is something that's very like hugely popular, but it's something that's, you know, kind of forgotten, fallen into obscurity, I want to say, just because it's not a it didn't have any other releases after the PlayStation game that it had, the one and only game. Kind of same with Grandia. Grandia was a huge franchise for a while, and then they kind of dropped off, and now those people are, as far as I understand, those developers are working on all kinds of other games beside Grandia. There's no new Grandia game, so yeah. And then the other game was Digimon World 2003, but again, that's if you're a Digimon fan. If you're not a Digimon fan, I mean, it's you know, almost like a Pokemon clone, I want to say, that game. But I had a great time. It's one of my favorite Digimon games, Digimon World 2003 that I did. So I've done Digimon World 2003 as a playthrough on the channel. I've done Grandia's playthrough, the first one, and now I'm doing Legend of Dragoon. I'll be doing Crusader of Senti, or Child of Light, Crusader of Senti, and then I'm going to be doing Silent Bomber. Which is a the Silent Bomber is something so unknown, like no one knows that game. You can barely even find any videos on YouTube about it. But it's a really cool game. It's very unique in the way that it plays. It has a really interesting combat system. There's nothing in here, but I like this place. Yeah. Alright. Stomp on that. So those will all be coming to the channel, and then after that, I don't know. By the time I'm through with all of those games, it'll be the new year, and then I'll be revising what I'm going to be playing anyways. Who knows what happens until then, right? And then there's my favorite game of all time that I'm reserving for once I get 1,000 subscribers on the channel. Once I get 1,000 subscribers, I'll be playing through my very favorite game, Terranigma, which I am hugely excited for. But I'm leaving that for like the 1,000 subscriber thing. And it's not a game that a lot of Americans know. It's a Super Nintendo game. And it's the third in a trilogy of games. But that particular game never saw a North American release. So that's why a lot of the people don't know that. Only like Europeans know that, and people like, you know, from Japan, or that have played Japanese games or whatever. You know? But yeah, that game is really cool. And that's going to be a long playthrough because I'm going to be doing... there's like little extra things you can do there, here and there, where you build like you build little towns, and there's like a whole thing where you can like help humans like develop and stuff. And I'll be doing that side stuff. And there's some there's specifically three or four special weapons that you can get in the game. That require you to like go to special places, and I'll be doing all of that in the playthrough. Like that, it's all gonna happen. But it's a longer game. I want to say a longer RPG, and it's really fun. And it's just like a regular RPG. But the music in that game, so good. That's something that really, really, like, it's so emotional, and there's so many tracks. They have so many songs. There's like one particular song, for example, that it's called "The Wandering People." It gets used in one screen in the game, like literally one area you can go to, and it's a completely optional area that you don't ever have to go to, and if you're not looking for it, you might not actually stumble upon it. But it's a really cool song, and it's awesome. There's like really interesting themes in the game too. So yeah, that's my favorite game. I could talk about Terra Enigma like 300,000 just days of the year. Which obviously there aren't that many days, but I could like literally sit here for like 20 hours talking about how amazing that game is. And obviously it's like a lot of it is nostalgia goggles, because the combat system is a little like, you know, you can easily over level to the point where everything is easy and you defeat everyone really quickly and stuff. And there's a lot, I don't know, it's not that intricate, the battle system. But they have like this really cool system with like these magical rings that you can use. And I'm probably gonna have to like look, I will have to look up like where to get them and how to get them and stuff, but they're limited because you can only get you have to use these magic rocks for it that you can find, and you can only find a set amount of magic rocks, I want to say. So they're like pretty much limited in the way that they can be used. So. But they have all these like really cool animations to it, and yeah, it's fun. So we'll be doing that. You know, because I don't, you know, I love Guild Wars 2, and I make mostly Guild Wars 2 content, but I want to do other stuff. Because I do think about, like, Guild Wars 2 eventually is not going to be a thing anymore. And I think in the grand scheme of my life as a whole, I feel like that's probably going to be true for most part of my life. Because I feel like, you know, maybe Guild Wars 2 is gonna, you know, let's say, you know, I don't know, but maybe ArenaNet is gonna shut down in a few years. I don't know that, and maybe maybe there's not gonna be any Guild Wars anymore. We don't know that. I mean, obviously, I don't want that to happen. I would love to have a Guild Wars 3 and a Guild Wars 4 and a Guild Wars 25 at some point. You know, when I'm 85, I'm like, hey guys, welcome back to Guild Wars 25. You know, whatever, right? Like, I would love that, but reality is that's not going to be it, right? Eventually that's going to end, so. It's going to happen. You're going to have to prepare yourself for that inevitable moment, you know. Just leave them online. Yeah, but what if they shut down as a company? You know, what if ArenaNet has to close down as a studio? I mean, you know, with everything that what is happening here? What is going on? Oh my God! Why is there like? Oh my God. Okay, I'm about to have a stroke. Seizure. Leave me alone, Black Mist. Okay, it's gone. I was like, I have to look away for a minute. I mean, yes, but you know, someone is paying for the servers to be online, right? Someone has to pay for that. So if ArenaNet closes down, there's no one to pay for those servers to stay for the games to stay online. So they would, you know, if they shut down as a studio, there's, you know, unless there's some other company that takes over those servers, like they're not going to be online, right? So, which sucks, but. You know, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, but I think we all have to make that realization. Well, maybe. I mean, that could be true too. You know, maybe it'll be so accessible that maybe people are going to host their own, like, live servers or something for Guild Wars 2 so that you can play it still. But yeah, I mean, I feel you, you know, if that were like, because I play Guild Wars 2, right? I play Guild Wars 2 a ton. I'm over 8,000 hours now, and it's like, what am I gonna do with my life? I mean, I make content for it and stuff, but you know, I want to have that avenue where I'm like, you know, that's why I do playthroughs, that I can say, okay, well, you know, Guild Wars 2 is shutting down, so I'm going to concentrate on doing this other stuff, you know, doing other content for my channel, like other playthroughs, or maybe get into other games or something, you know. So who knows. Well, but that's, you know, that's why I'm doing playthroughs. It's really hard for me to get into other MMOs because MMOs just are a huge time investment, right? So I already don't have enough, like, I don't play Guild Wars 2 that much anymore, as much as I used to. You know, I used to play Guild Wars 2 hours on end, but now it's like I stream. I try to not just stream Guild Wars 2, but I also stream other games. I make videos. Yes, mostly about Guild Wars 2. But I also do playthroughs. And my playthroughs, you know, my like Legend of Dragoon, for example, that's like about 2 to 3. What is that? Oh, it's a dead bird. Yeah, you know, and like you know, maybe there'll be one game eventually that I'm kind of like gonna super concentrate on, where I'm like, no, this is the game that I want to play or something. You know, that's gonna be the id game after Guild Wars 2 or something. I don't know, but I kind of want to do a game or a like my channel. I don't want to just have about Guild Wars. You know, yes, the majority of that's kind of what I'm leaning on. But I am trying to do different things, you know, and I have done, recently I did a Digimon video, which got like 20 views, 21 views, 22 views or something. I don't know, whatever. Yay, great. You know, obviously, I put about a month of my time into that video, only for it to get 22 views. So that was kind of disappointing, but that's how it is, right? You can't always hope for for it to like work out or whatever. And then I had a Pokemon video and I did 22 views as well. So I don't know, you know, I mean, it's like I try to branch out, but when I do, I kind of get bit in the ass. So it's a double-edged sword, but that's just kind of how it goes. Is because, you know, in order to get somewhere with a specific franchise or something, I would have to concentrate on that specific franchise. You know, I'd have to make more than just one video on Digimon or whatever. So, but, you know, my channel overall doesn't have that many viewers or subscribers really. So it's not like I'm known out there, like in the Guild Wars community, to the point where don't get views because I'm only known as Guild Wars. I'm just not known, period. Which I think is actually a good thing. Like, compared to only be known for Guild Wars 2. I wouldn't want to be known for just Guild Wars 2. It's like, I know that people, for example, look at, and the reason I say that is because people look at, for example, Wooden Potatoes, right? And they're like, oh, he's the lore guy. As soon as he gets something wrong, people literally fucking roast him for it if he gets like one thing wrong. Because people have proclaimed him to be the lore guy, right? And I would never want to be associated, because I do lore stuff, right? I would never want to be associated like that. Okay, I don't know if I can do this without using an ability. Does killing spiders actually contribute? I don't think it does. Alright, I have to use a skill here, guys, because this is obviously not working for me right now. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, content creation, I mean, I honestly think making it itself isn't really what's hard. What is hard is the internet, right? Because everyone's a fucking expert, and even more so on the internet, you know, and you will get flamed for everything if you make one little mistake, because, hey, you made a video and you should know 100% about everything that you talk about at all times, because if you don't, you shouldn't be making videos, you know, which is sounds fucked, right? But that's just how it is. That's how people will treat you. You know, I've gotten that, you know, but I also know that, like, you know, those people aren't necessarily exactly. Wait a minute, can I get? I didn't even see these guys. Oh, they come out of the thingy. Okay. I want these ice shooters. What can I do with ice shooters? No, stop it. No! Why? Why must you do this? Yes, yeah, I'm gonna be. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm gonna be heading out in a minute as well, cause I'm getting pretty tired. I'm like, but I'm gonna start doing longer streams like this, so that's gonna be nice. It's really the plan to do longer streams, but I really appreciate it. I appreciate all the discussion and stuff. It's always fun having people to like talk about stuff, so I really appreciate it, and I hope that work's gonna be fun, or whatever. So, but yeah, I'm gonna be heading out in a minute as well. I'm probably gonna finish this hard and head out because I'm getting really tired myself. So, have a good night. But yeah, there's gonna be different things that I'm gonna be working on. I have a Zelda video that I'm thinking about, guys. Making. I've talked about that, but we'll see how that goes. Like I said, there's like so many Guild Wars videos now that I'm like behind on that I want to make. So we'll see. All right, I'm gonna use a skill here again because oh, that doesn't work. Oh wait, I have to bring it and then not throw it. Is that right? Ooh, Megalodon is out. Do I have to just bring it and then burn it? Is that right? Toss the lava meat into the fire. I did that though, and it didn't work. Oh, it did work. Now it did. What the heck? What the heck's going on in here? Yeah, and I'll try to do more giveaways as we go on here, but we'll have to see how often I can do them or what I can do for a giveaway or something. Because I like doing giveaways. Those are fun. And they get more people, you know. I mean, I do it to kind of give back to the community, but oh god, I'm in here. I've glitched out. Let me out. Okay, I gotta actually. Yeah, there's no way I can get out of this. Okay, great. Now I have to teleport, which I'm not allowed to do, but I'm stuck, so there's no other way. And I'll also, oh god, we'll have this like Untamed almost completely unlocked by the time I get to anywhere. But that's okay. We'll be doing that as a challenge, and then maybe I'll come up with another challenge, guys. Maybe we'll do Guild Wars 1 for a little bit, and then maybe I'll do another challenge. Different things, guys. Yeah, and I'll try to do longer streams now. Oh god, I'm locked inside of the thing again. Really? Oh, this time it let me jump out. It's like a whole process. You gotta shoot at them, then you gotta over there kill them, then you gotta take their meat and throw that in the fire. It's like a whole process. Alright. We've done this hard. We've streamed long enough. I'm almost at 5 hours now, so and I think everyone is kind of going to bed and getting tired and stuff. Oh, he's humming. I was like, what's that sound? Alright, well, we're at the end here for today's stream, guys. Again, we finished up Blood Tide. We didn't get anything there. I finished up Timberline. We didn't get anything there. So, but we did like about almost 2 maps, right? We almost had halfway done here, and then we did this, and then we did a little bit here. So 1 3/4 of a map or something altogether, I want to say. But yeah, we're getting close to the end. We're at 70%, guys. So we'll have Sparkfly Fen, we'll have Mount Maelstrom, and then we'll be doing Stracer's Devastation, Malcor's Leap, and Cursed Shore, and then the cities, and then we'll be done, guys. So Only a few more weeks of this, I want to say. I don't know, like 2 more months or so of this or something. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, and then we'll be doing the expansion, and that's it. Then at that point, the sky. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll find something to do tomorrow. I'll be doing something random. Maybe I'll do more Dragon's End. Maybe I'll do some strikes. If you guys want to join me for that, maybe some fractals or maybe some random stuff. Who knows? Whatever we kind of feel like. We'll be doing something fun in Guild Wars 2, hanging out. Maybe we'll do fashion or something. We could do that too, and we're going to talk more about that type of stuff. And yeah, and that's going to be it from me for today, guys. I really appreciate you guys, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.